but this one definitely could produce. Very interesting to see all this storm activity spinning here. All spinning kind of around our low pressure system, or just to the northeast of our low pressure system is. None of this really is producing a tornado risk right now, but there is definitely a chance that we can get a spin up tornado in this activity near Sedalia and Clinton. A lot of damaging winds for sure. Let's go back to Springfield. We just got a new radar scan. Velocities will update in a second. If we were to have a tornado north of Springfield, it would be near Pleasant Hope or Goodnight. Those are the two areas where we have a couple little hooks heading up towards Buffalo and Halfway. This is live right now in... This is live in Springfield. And you can see the wind is really picking up. Water blowing across the roadway right to left. So we have some strong winds right now in Springfield. This is by the West Bypass and Sunshine Roads. Again, damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour is possible in Springfield. And there's also a lot of water on the roadways. Again, flooding is a concern. All right, latest radar scan. The rotation is a little bit weaker on our northern little hook that we have. The southern hook is a little bit stronger near Goodnight, near Pleasant Hope. That's going to be, again, coming up towards Highway 65. Buffalo will be in the path of this, and eventually Lebanon. Again, these tornadoes are usually really quick, so if we get one here, it's probably going to be a brief, quick tornado, but we definitely could get one in the next couple minutes. So stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. And then otherwise, further south of Springfield, not seeing much right now, aside from our tornado warning, which right now, south of Omaha, there's definitely a little bit of rotation there, so we're keeping an eye on that. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we just had an observed 59-mile-per-hour wind gust in Springfield.
All righty, thank you for the update. And that is, I believe, at the airport. If I'm not mistaken, or maybe not. Wait, what is this? It is an ASOS. So at the Springfield ASOS station, they did measure a 59-mile-per-hour wind gust. And that is probably what we're seeing right now roll through Springfield. Again, this is a live shot in Springfield. The wind's not as strong as before, but it was strong for a decent amount of time. I believe Cam 1 has a view of this too. No, Cam 1's pretty much just rain right now, but nonetheless, winds currently pretty strong. They are severe in the Springfield area. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds will continue here for the next little while. Again, these winds will probably last about 5 to 10 minutes, and after this line of storms passes, Springfield will be kind of out of the midst here of having severe weather. But damaging winds being the biggest concern as of right now. There are more cameras coming up. We're going to keep pulling up more cameras and just kind of putting them in here whenever the wind's picking up in these areas. I know the cameras are not labeled on the bottom left and bottom right, but these are all in the Springfield area. So it's a little heads up. All right. Thank you, Roderick, for the super chat. Thank you for the Easter weather report, Max. Stay awesome from Drowning Creek. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you for tuning in. Hopefully you've had a good Easter as well. Might have a little bit of rotation ramping up west of Versailles. So we got a little broad area of rotation coming up on Cole Camp, Missouri, going towards Smithton and Tipton. So rotation's beginning to increase just a little bit here, heading up towards the Highway 50 stretch in western Missouri. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. That's an area where rotation will probably increase here over the next little while. By the way, I had somebody was asking about this earlier. I just want to actually talk about this because this is a good little topic to talk about. Somebody was asking about how you can tell if there's a tornado on the ground. So this is a couplet that we've had forming over the last few minutes near Goodnight. And this is our reflectivity. So if you were to have a tornado, it would be located right about here where my X is. All right. Which the radar moved, but I'll go back. If you look at the correlation coefficient, you can see that there's this blue and green area. That would usually indicate a tornado, but that is actually where our clear air is. That would be clear air contamination. So just to preface, whenever you're looking at radar, a lot of people do call it CC drops. That might look like that, but that was not a tornado. So just want to clarify that because I know somebody asked earlier. That's at least a decent example of what we're talking about with clear air contamination. And again, contamination can happen in lots of facets. Like if we have a big hail core, that can also affect our velocity. Like it can affect everything. It can affect velocities, the correlation coefficient, all that sort of stuff. Whenever we have massive hail falling, that can also really play with our velocities. So if we have let's just say we have a huge hail core here and our velocities are like off the charts off to the north and our radar site is coming from the south, that is also going to lead to a really contaminated velocity signature. Now, in this case, we don't have that. And once again, the velocities are still strong enough for a tornado here, north of Springfield, heading up towards Buffalo, and also going towards Lewisburg. So rotation is still strong enough here to produce a tornado. We're keeping an eye on that. South of Springfield, I'm not seeing anything that's imminent for a tornado risk anywhere from Branson or Forsyth back through Springfield. It's mostly just gusty winds at this point, or damaging winds at this point. Not seeing anything tornadic. The tornado warning in northwestern Arkansas has been, at this point, just mostly wind. There's a little bit of rotation south of Omaha coming up on Diamond City and Bergman. And we are also beginning to see a lot of new severe thunderstorm warnings here across central and western parts of Arkansas, mainly damaging winds as of right now. But low tornado risk with this activity as it continues to move eastbound. Bottom right of your screen, the wind will be picking up here in the next few minutes at National and Sunshine in Springfield, which again, right now in Springfield, we are at least experiencing damaging winds around 60 to 70 miles per hour. So the wind should pick up there in a second. We'll keep an eye on that. What is Carbondale, Illinois going to get? I think really anywhere in Illinois will be mostly
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Be mostly damaging winds, maybe a low tornado risk. They have issued a tornado warning for the storm here for Dallas and Polk counties in Missouri. It's a storm that we've been talking about for quite some time. The velocities have been strong for the last several minutes, so they've gone ahead and issued the warning. You'll see it here now. So near Pleasant Oak, Buffalo, and Lewisburg, west of Phillipsburg, and west of Lebanon, you are now included in a tornado warning. Seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. As a reminder, flying debris is possible if we do get a tornado, so you definitely want to make sure that you are in a safe place. And if you are in a mobile home, you should be getting to a sturdy structure or getting to a ditch. Velocities, again, are still pretty strong right now near Buffalo, and we could still get a tornado on our other area of rotation that's been ongoing. That'll be tracking up towards Highway 32 over the next few minutes. All right, next radar scan will be here in just a second. This is the 4:05 radar scan, so this is about 4 minutes old. The radar is updating every 4 minutes, so I'll have a new update in just a second. Tornado Pagey's actually in this area. I need to put them back on. Give me 1 second. We're gonna add. Oh wait, they are on here. Oh, we can just put them up. All right, Tornado Pagey currently bottom right of your screen. They are on this tornado warning, so we're gonna keep an eye on them. Latest radar scan is showing at least somewhat broader rotation. There's still an area of rotation here near Buffalo. The southern rotation has not really come together. So our main area that we're watching for is going to be going into Buffalo, Missouri over the next few minutes. So if we have a tornado, it'll be going right into the town of Buffalo over the next couple of minutes. And then it will eventually come up towards Cloverdale, Windyville, and Woodhill. And Buffalo, Missouri has about 3,500 people that live here. And if we had a tornado, it would be coming up towards the Taco Bell and the Dairy Queen on the south side of town, the Catfish Cafe, and also the Buffalo High School would be in the path of this. Donut Palace, Buffalo Municipal Airport is also in the path of a potential tornado. At the minimum, we're talking about damaging winds here. But there is actually an airport right in the or on the northeast side there, Buffalo. New severe thunderstorm warning for Seymour, Ava, just east of Springfield, for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. So they have downgraded our severe thunderstorm warning here to 60-mile-per-hour winds east of Springfield. I also just updated the tornado warning in northwestern Arkansas. This is still radar indicated rotation for Boone and Marion counties. Main area of rotation is going to be coming up on Diamond City over the next few minutes. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning near Mountain Home and Harrison for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and there's also a tornado possible label on that. So again, pretty much every storm across this line is rotating. None of them are rotating to the point where they need to be tornado warned, aside from the ones that are already tornado warned. But we have plenty of storms that are rotating here across this entire line that are going to be capable of tornadoes if they're able to organize. And if we go back over to Arkansas, west of Hot Springs, there's actually a little bit of a meso forming now in the storm near Mountain Pine. So this storm might become more concerning as it goes towards Hot Springs Village if it can stay discreet and organized. Velocities are also increasing back over near a Mighty coming up on Hot Springs. So rotation's definitely strengthening here right along Highway 70 heading right towards Hot Springs. And I would expect a tornado warning on this here in a moment. That's actually pretty strong rotation. So we should have a tornado warning in a moment going towards Hot Springs. You can see the reds and greens mixing together here. Strong rotation. We're going right up Highway 70. And then a little bit of broad rotation near Russellville, Arkansas. I'm not too concerned about that right now. We'll have a new radar scan and from the Springfield radar site about 30 seconds. And if we have a tornado on the storm here north of Springfield, it'll be going into the town of Buffalo, Missouri over the next couple of minutes. Let's go over to Tornado Pagey. I think I can go to her, or maybe not. Is she updated?
The membership.
Let's go to here.
Notice.
Freddie. That is old. Okay, wait, give me 1 second. All right, Tornado Pagey, I'm going to put her on. This is from yesterday, but we're going to put her on for today. This is live. Tornado Pagey is currently in this tornado warning. Or outside of it. She's in Fairgrove, which is... Where is she? I thought she was headed. Right, she's just south of the tornado warning. Never mind. My apologies. But she is in this area, driving through a lot of the rain. She is tracking towards the tornado warning, though, near Buffalo. These storms are very fast, so it's hard to keep up with them as a storm chaser. Like yesterday, again, all the storms are moving mostly off to the north and east at like 25, 30 miles per hour. And today it's a little bit different. They're moving northeast at like 60 miles per hour. So much faster moving. For example, this tornado warning is moving northeast at 60 miles per hour compared to, again, most of our tornadic supercells yesterday that were moving at like 50. So very different story. All right, here's the latest radar scan near Buffalo. And as of 4:13, we still have clear air contamination over the town of Buffalo. That is not a tornado for reference. That is clear air contamination. Velocities will update here in a second. See if it's strong enough for there to be a tornado here. Again, if you're in Buffalo, this is your last chance in Buffalo, Missouri. You got to be in your safe place. And the latest scan is still showing a stronger area, at least a stronger area of circulation over the town of Buffalo. I don't think there's a tornado here. The couplet is not fully tight here, but there's enough rotation to get a brief tornado near Buffalo. That'll be heading up into the direction of Case, Grace, and Bidwell in the next 15 to 20 minutes, which is north of Lebanon, Missouri. So seek shelter if you're in that area. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. Earlier in the stream, we were talking about reports of roof ripped off northeast of Joplin. So it turns out I actually found a picture of that, and I wouldn't say the roof was ripped off. It seems like it was just some more generalized shingle damage. So hopefully this tornado that occurred over there was a little weaker than we thought.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. That's back over north and west of Joplin. And again, what we were talking about is this track of damage reports. We had a bunch of these black circles, which all indicate some sort of damage report. It started all the way back over in southeast Kansas, tracked right up through Joplin, or just northwest of Joplin, and then went right across I-49. And this was all from one rotating storm embedded in our line. We also have a new damage report over in Monet, which is an area that we had some damaging winds move through. Some power lines are down in Monet. That's as of about an hour ago from this line of thunderstorms that has now moved through Springfield and is now pushing into southern Missouri right now. We still have strong rotation southwest of Hot Springs. I don't know how we don't have a warning on this. Velocities are pretty strong right now. It's a discrete supercell north of a Mighty. It's coming up on Hot Springs, Arkansas. We really should have a tornado warning on this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I don't understand our timing. We have a new tornado warning. This will be for Hot Springs, Mountain Pine, north of a Mighty. Seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Heading up towards Hot Springs Village and Fountain Lake. Very strong rotation right now, north of the Mighty. And this is almost undoubtedly about to drop a tornado. Riley, go ahead.
Yeah, Max, there's actually a very similar looking storm north of that current tornado warning, basically like on the line of the tornado warning. I think it's about 15-20 minutes behind the storm that just got tornado warned in terms of tornado evolution. So sometime soon, this will probably get a warning as well.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, that northern storm also looks concerning. I do think they'll probably issue a warning on that here very soon. Velocities are definitely trending in the wrong direction, and we're probably going to get another tornado warning here soon. That'll be north and west of Hot Springs. But obviously, Hot Springs is a very populated area. So if you know any friends or family in Hot Springs, make sure that they're aware of this. This is a significant storm that is rotating quite a bit right now. We have very strong rotation north of a Mighty. That's going to be tracking up towards Highway 270. And I would be surprised if this didn't drop a tornado with how strong the rotation is. And with the environment that we have today, we have a lot of wind shear, and this particular storm will thrive in an environment like what we have. So you need to take this very seriously if you are in the Hot Springs area. There will be some cameras also in Hot Springs, so we'll be keeping an eye on those. Currently, it looks pretty much like a normal day in Hot Springs. Cloud cover is not really too crazy there, but probably about 15-20 minutes from now, it's going to get very dark and ominous in Hot Springs, and the velocities, again, very strong. This is, again, kind of mid-level to low-level rotation since our radar site's a bit further away, but it is definitely indicating some very strong rotation. It'll be heading into Hot Springs in about 15 to 20 minutes. But you should be getting to your safe place as soon as possible. That other rotation's over at Vant right now, and that's going to be coming up towards Highway 7 and 314, south of Ola and Danville. Perryville will eventually be in the track of that area of rotation, so we need to keep an eye on that. Our tornado warning in northwest, or really far northwestern, northern parts of Arkansas, we still have some broad rotation. I don't know if they're going to continue this tornado warning. It doesn't look overly impressive. It's just mostly broad rotation over near Diamond City. It's going to be pushing towards Gainesville in southern Missouri, but be in your safe place if you are in that area. We have a little bit of rotation trying to form north of Taneyville, coming up towards Merritt and Red Bank, south of Springfield, Missouri. So just a heads up if you're in that area. And then our Buffalo tornado warning so far has been weaker in terms of the rotation. There's still some circulation east of Buffalo, but I'm not too concerned about it. The velocities are very strong with this. We are definitely talking about damaging winds around 60 to even 70 miles per hour, pushing to the northeast. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning near Jefferson City, and this is going to be for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour south of Columbia. This is already an area that has been hard hit by severe weather already. And it looks like we are starting to see at least some more severe weather come through those areas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they've already issued a new tornado warning on the other storm that is rotating here in central Arkansas. We have two strong areas of rotation, one northwest of Mountain Pine and the other one north of a Mighty. Either of these could drop tornadoes in the next few minutes. So you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in this tornado warning in Garland, Perry, Montgomery, or Saline counties. The other one including Clark, Garland, Hot Spring, Montgomery, and Pike counties here in western central Arkansas. Velocities are very strong. Both of these could produce strong tornadoes. We have an environment, again, favorable for strong tornadoes with discrete supercells, and these ones are fairly discrete right now. We got a lot of storms firing up here in Arkansas. These aren't even the only two. We got more down to the south that are trying to get going too. Latest radar scan showing pretty strong rotation right now over Highway 2, or approaching Highway 298. We actually have a hook echo. You can see that clearly on radar, and an inflow. So this is a pretty organized supercell. The one to the southwest of Hot Springs is also coming together very quickly. And if I had to guess, again, one of these two storms will produce a tornado probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Car accident, bottom left. I have no clue. I haven't been paying attention to the cameras. But yeah, look, I don't know what's going on there. Of another radar scan in a moment. No debris signature on either storm as of right now. Again, two storms
A new tornado
that
warning
are
has been
rapidly
issued.
rotating right now near Hot Springs in Arkansas. We are definitely getting closer now to the peak of severe weather. We are starting to see left and right tornado warnings being issued, and they have just issued a new tornado warning, which is going to be for Christian, Douglas, and Taney counties in Missouri. So that's going to be the storm southeast of Springfield. We just talked about this a moment ago. Rotation right now is just south of Sparta. It's going to be coming up towards Alva, just south of Seymour, and also coming up towards Highway 60 in about 30 minutes or so. But in the near term, it's going towards Ava. So if you're in Ava, you need to be in your safe place in Missouri, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Get to an interior room of your home or building. What is Tornado Pagey currently looking at? Tornado Pagey has some low clouds here. This is back over. Let me get the exact location here.
Would not recommend chasing it any of those.
This is just to the northeast of Springfield.
Or here. Yeah, that's what I meant.
A little bit of low clouds there. We'll keep a close eye on her. Clouds are very low today. Again, that'll elevate our tornado risk a little bit too. Whenever we have a low lifting condensation level, which is where our clouds build up from, that usually will elevate our tornado risk quite a bit. Latest radar scan on that Missouri storm south of Sparta. The rotation has gotten stronger over the last scan. Tornado is definitely possible with this as it approaches Merritt, Red Bank, Ongo, Depew, and Tigris. Again, just east of Sparta. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in this tornado warning. Again, this is ramping up very quickly. Back over near Hot Springs, latest radar scan still showing very strong rotation east of Caddo Gap, and this is going to be coming up right on Hot Springs, Arkansas here in the next 15 to 20 minutes. If you are in Hot Springs, you've got to be in your safe place as soon as possible. Rotation is very strong in the mid to low levels, and there's a chance that we get a tornado with this very soon as it goes towards Highway 270. I'm getting reports in the chat that the tornado sirens are going off in Hot Springs. Thank you, Katie, for the super chat. Appreciate that. We have cameras coming up in Hot Springs. Nothing visible as of right now. It's just, ominous skies. But once we get something more visible, we'll put it on screen. See if we can see anything. But again, velocities are very strong. I would be surprised if we did not have a tornado on this storm here soon. The minimum, we probably have a wall cloud or even maybe a funnel cloud reaching down to the ground. The northern tornado warning on the last couple scans has gotten slightly broader for rotation. Doesn't mean you should get out of your safe place. Just saying, rotation's a little bit weaker here for the time being. It could definitely intensify again as the supercell is still pretty new. It's still trying to evolve into something more tornadic. We have a little bit of convection also just behind it that could actually nudge it and try to increase the tornado risk a bit as that heads towards the north side of Hot Springs Village and Highway 7. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Is this going up to Minnesota? Minnesota's not really in the threat of anything, just rain, for the most part. Is this still a QLCS tornado risk, or is this still PDS worthy? Well, these storms here are very different. So these are not really linear. These are more semi-discrete to discrete. The storms in Missouri right now are mostly linear. So the ones in Missouri are more driven towards QLCS tornadoes, but we could still get an isolated strong tornado with how strong our wind shear is. These storms that are currently happening in central Arkansas, these are way more discrete. I mean, these are just much more separated in nature. So our strong tornado risk will be more elevated here, which means if we were to get a tornado that was large and or strong, I mean, we would get a PDS warning, but obviously there's nothing that's confirming anything strong or large quite yet. We don't have a tornado confirmed on either of these storms, but we could easily have one here soon. This is the latest scan. We'll see what the velocities look like here in a second. And we'll go back up to Missouri in a moment, too. This is as of 5 minutes ago, so it should update in a second. No debris signature on this latest scan, just kind of seeing what the velocities look like and see if they're still strong. Thank you, Paul, for the super chat. All right, here's the latest scan. So that northern storm rotation's a little bit broader. This one might try to recycle as it goes towards Highway 7. The one that's more concerning, again, is the one west of Hot Springs. Much more populated region here. Velocities are still strong enough for there to be a tornado coming up on Highway 270. They'll be approaching Mountain Pine, Hot Springs, and eventually going towards Fountain Lake over the next 20 minutes or so. We still have a little bit of rotation north of Diamond City. The tornado warning for Omaha and Diamond City, Lead Hill, and South Hill, I believe that one will probably end up being let to expire. If not, they'll probably cancel it. The rotation's already out. Oh, well, dude, the timing with these warnings is insane today. They just canceled that warning as I said that. This is not scripted, by the way. This has happened like 4 times today. It's so weird. But further to the north, the storm east of Springfield. We still have an area of rotation coming up on Merritt, Red Bank, and going towards Tigris, also going towards Bryan and Mansfield. This one on the last scan is a slight bit broader, but it's still strong enough to the point where we could get a tornado with that. And the tornado warning for Buffalo, this one will probably be let to expire here soon. The velocities are broader. We could still get a spin-up tornado, but definitely weaker rotation heading up towards Highway 5 as of right now, south of Laurie. And yeah, by the way, bottom left of your screen doesn't look like there's an accident there or something like that, or maybe a disabled vehicle. We'll put Freddie though instead there instead of that. That's in Springfield. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning near Boonville and Sedalia for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and there's also a tornado possible label on that. So just west of Columbia. My son is a pilot in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Weather issues? Not really any weather issues in terms of storms, but there will probably be some stronger winds aloft later tonight. Latest radar scan still showing strong rotation right now, approaching 270. We're about 6 or 7 minutes away from this being on the west side of Hot Springs, at least in the suburbs here in Arkansas near Mountain Pine. So tornado still appears possible with this. By the way, this is NATOcast's outlook for today. There's a reason why I'm not really showing this. I'm going to show it anyway. I don't think this is going to pan out, but NATOcast does have a huge 15% tornado risk today. This includes most of Missouri back into northern Arkansas and western Illinois. There's even a tiny little 30% tornado risk there in western Illinois. I don't think this is going to pan out, but they are showing very high probabilities compared to the SBC. But no matter what, I actually do think that we could get a bit more of an elevated tornado risk later there in western Illinois. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. Looks like we have a storm trying to wrap up a little bit more north of Russellville. Probably a tornado warning coming for this soon because it's following the same patterns as the ones warned to its south.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. I agree. Rotation is increasing north of Russellville. This one's been rotating a little bit here on and off, but it's actually becoming more discrete. Again, you can see how it's just its own kind of storm right now. As long as it stays that way, it'll be able to produce the potential for a tornado. I know it doesn't look like a classic-looking supercell, but it is still something that we need to keep an eye on as it heads towards Hector and eventually going towards Clinton. And again, today's environment, we're not talking about these massive discrete supercells that look like, more of 2013 or something like that. These are going to be more geared towards our kind of small storms that are not building up super tall in height. We had a lot of precipitation this morning, and that's kind of left a lot of our environment to be at least a little bit more stable, which has prevented some of our storms from really towering up. Currently, our tallest thunderstorm is actually west of Hot Springs at 45,000 feet. Keep in mind, most of the supercells we had yesterday were upwards of 50 to 55,000 feet. So these are slightly smaller than yesterday, but nonetheless, they are at least still, large enough to produce tornadoes. Tornado warning has been canceled back up near Buffalo, and timing just pretty good there. Back over east and southeast of Springfield. We'll have a new radar scan in a moment, but again, strongest rotation right now is heading up towards Tigris in Seymour and Mansfield. We'll be also approaching Ava over the next 5 to 10 minutes. So be in your safe place again if you are on the west side of Ava in Missouri. Thank you, Woke, for the super chat. Thank you for all you do. I appreciate that. And thank you for the super chat. All right, here comes the next radar scan. We'll see what it looks like here. I'm moving to Hot Springs. Should I be worried about tornadoes? Are you like moving as in moving your house or something? Or are you like just driving there? Here's the latest radar scan. A little bit broader of rotation here near Ongo and Merritt. Still a potential tornado threat though, heading up towards Bryant. We actually have a decent hook on this storm. The hook has really come together. We got a little hook echo and an inflow here on this little tornado threat embedded in the line of thunderstorms. This is definitely something we need to keep an eye on in the long term. If it stays organized like this, tornado threat could be a bit more elevated here in this general area east of Springfield. Let's go back down to Arkansas. We are back down to 3 tornado warnings. Latest radar scan west of Hot Springs still showing a strong area of rotation coming up on Highway 270. And we do have cameras again coming up in Hot Springs over the next few minutes. We're keeping an eye on those. But Hot Springs should be ramping up here in a few minutes when it comes to our potential tornado threat, but also damaging winds and hail are going to be possible pretty much on the low end of things with that. Northern storm has become a bit broader when it comes to our rotation. It was much stronger about 5-10 minutes ago. Velocities are much weaker. It's at this point, it's actually getting a little bit of a storm merger on the backside of this. So that's going to kind of alleviate our tornado threat here for a little bit, unless it's able to organize again with the storm merger. But that little nudger sometimes can increase the tornado threat. In this case, it is decreasing our tornado risk, which is good news, heading towards Highway 7. And then our storm north of Interstate 40. Velocities are still there. It looks slightly weaker over the last couple, or at least over the last scan. If you're in Hector, just stay weather aware.
A new tornado warning has been
Wouldn't
issued.
rule out an isolated tornado with that storm as it moves northeast. We do have a new tornado warning for Douglas and Christian counties in Missouri. That is going to be east of Ozark, I believe. Or wait. Nope, this is a different one. Sorry. No, this is Montauk County. Sorry, Montauk County in Missouri. All the way back up near Tipton.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All the way up near Tipton and California. And this is why. We have some strong rotation right now just southwest of Tipton that's going to be coming up towards Columbia here over the next few minutes. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a different CWA region, so the other National Weather Service will have to issue a warning for this area. But that rotation's fairly strong right now, coming up towards Syracuse and Tipton over the next few minutes. Another tornado warning has been issued southwest of Hot Springs. This is another supercell that is rotating near Mighty. That is going to be also coming up on Hot Springs. So we got a double-edged sword right now for the Hot Springs area. We got one supercell that's already rotating, and that's trying to produce a tornado near Mountain Pine, and then another one on the west side of a Mighty that is also rotating in the mid-levels, and that one could also produce the threat of a tornado as it gets closer to Hot Springs. So again, seek shelter if you are in these tornado warnings. Got a string of them right now around Hot Springs. And we should get another tornado warning here soon on that Missouri storm, because that rotation was outside of the warning. It's a different CWA region, which means a different National Weather Service has to issue that warning. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I'm not sure if you noticed, but the Hot Springs one just went TOR, observed by broadcast media.
All right. Thank you for the update. All right. So this one just went confirmed. For whatever reason, our overlay is our alert thing is still broken. But this tornado has actually gone confirmed here near Hot Springs. So this is confirmed by broadcast media. There is a tornado in progress coming up towards the west side of Hot Springs. So if you're in this warning, you need to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is on the west side of Hot Springs. They have removed the downtown area of Hot Springs from this tornado warning, but it is a confirmed tornado near Highway 270. It'll be coming up on Mountain Pine, and it'll eventually go towards Hot Springs Village. Again, confirmed tornado. That, again, very strong rotation, and I'm not surprised that this thing dropped. The velocities have been very strong. It's crossing over 270 over the next couple minutes. It's going to be going through the town of Bear, and if we look at the velocities, I mean, they're upwards of 80 miles per hour, almost 90 miles per hour, just going towards the radar. So this could easily be a strong tornado near Highway 270. And Mountain Pine is the main location in the next few minutes that's in the direct path of this tornado. And just kind of for a couple of callouts here, upcoming in Mountain Pine, where this tornado is currently located, it's near 270. And right now, it is near the Treasure Isle RV Park. So obviously, if you are in an RV park or a trailer home, you need to get to a safe place, like get into a sturdy structure, get into a ditch. This is a dangerous storm, obviously producing a tornado. That tornado is going to be going over the Crystal Springs Mining and Jewelry Store. There's also Judy's Storage, the Low Cemetery, Patty's Restaurant, and Casa Royal Restaurant that are currently in the immediate path of where this tornado is along Highway 270. And then once this comes up into Mountain Pine, before it hits Mountain Pine, it'll be going towards the Owl Creek Cabins and the Echo Canyon Resort and Marina, which are both areas that could be impacted by this tornado over the next few minutes. There's also the Blakely Mountain Dam that is in the path of this. And then after that, Mountain Pine High School and the school district and the Yum Yum Shop are in the path of this. Again, we have an active tornado right now that is tracking up towards Mountain Pine, Arkansas, just west of Hot Springs. And then over near Mighty, we have strong rotation still, and this one could also produce the potential.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A tornado here very soon. We have a new tornado warning in Missouri. This one's going to be southwest of Columbia near Tipton. And the rotation's honestly already moving outside of this warning, but this will be coming up towards Highway 87.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, well, we have 3 tornado warnings for this single storm. I don't understand why they didn't just issue like one, but nonetheless, new tornado warning for Cooper County in Missouri. That's going to be for those in Boonville and just outside of Boonville, southwest of Franklin. So we are now up to 7 tornado warnings. Things are obviously ramping up very quickly, and I don't see it slowing down anytime soon. We're getting kind of into the peak hours now of this tornado threat, which is really from about 3 until 7, and we are definitely right now in the peak of this threat. Look at the rotation southeast of Springfield. This thing's ramped up a lot over the last scan. This storm is discreet. We got a very strong inflow. This one over here, southeast of Springfield, could be significant if it drops. Very strong inflow going to the storm, and the velocities are also really ramping up. This could organize and become a big concern here soon, heading towards Highway 60. This is not necessarily a QLCS tornado. This is a bit more semi-discreet. So we need to really take this seriously if you're back over here near Seymour or Norwood. If it's able to ramp up and wrap up with its rotation, we could easily see a strong tornado going towards Mansfield. So be ready. If you're in Seymour, Diggins, Mansfield, or Norwood, we'll end up having a new tornado warning here soon, assuming the rotation continues to intensify or stays around its levels that it's at. That'll be heading up towards Hartville in Missouri. Once again, if you are just tuning in, we do have a confirmed tornado via broadcast media near Bear Maddox, heading towards Mountain Pine in Arkansas. This is just north and west of Hot Springs. You need to be in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. This is a dangerous storm tracking towards Hot Springs Village. So that backwards. The storm down to the south near Mighty will be on path for Hot Springs, and this one is also rotating at a pretty strong clip right now. And that one could also produce a tornado heading towards Hot Springs. All right, here comes the latest radar scan. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Back over on the west side of Mountain Pine. This is where we again had a broadcast media confirmed tornado. It's right now over Bear near Royal. So this is going to be tracking up towards that dam that's on the west side of Mountain Pine. The Blakely Mountain Dam. So if this tornado stays on the ground, it will be heading up towards that dam. Also, the Echo Canyon Marina, the Echo Canyon Resort, as well as in the path of this. You also got the Owl Creek Cabins, which is very close to where this tornado is right now. So over the next few minutes, if this does stay on the ground, it will be impacting those areas. We've not had a clear debris signature on radar, but this has again been confirmed by broadcast media. For the record, we've not actually had a debris signature on any of our tornadoes so far today that have produced tornado, or have any of the storms that have produced tornadoes. We've not had a debris signature on quite yet, even though we've had 4 or 5 different tornadoes. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, west of Springfield, there's a very broad area of rotation. However, it appears like it's trying to start to hook, so we may see a tornado about 20 minutes from now for that area.
You mean east of Springfield?
Yeah, east. My bad.
You're good. East of Springfield is currently in the path of a potential tornadic storm here near Seymour. This one's been ramping up a little bit here over the last couple minutes. It did get a little bit broader actually on this latest scan, as Riley alluded to, but it definitely could ramp up since we do have a hook echo and a little bit of an inflow notch going to the cell as well. It's a fairly organized storm embedded in this line, so I don't think it's going to take much for this thing to try to produce a tornado as it heads up towards Highway 60. Back over into central Missouri, we still do have an active tornado warning for Tipton, just south and east of Boonville and south of Franklin. And rotation right now is still, it's a large area, but it is on the broader side of things. They'll be heading up towards Highway 87 west of Pierpont and west of Columbia. Radar indicated rotation for the time being. We just got a large severe thunderstorm warning here west of Little Rock. This will be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's also a tornado possible label on this. Rotation northwest of Hot Springs has increased a little bit over the last few minutes. It's not tight to the point where there's a tornado, but it is beginning to ramp up just a little bit right now. And that is going to be tracking towards Highway 60, just south of, or just along Highway 7. And then near Mountain Pine, there is a, again, very strong area of rotation. This is where broadcast media did confirm a tornado. They have recently downgraded this warning. It is back to radar indicated, so no longer a confirmed tornado, but nonetheless, still a storm that you want to be taking seriously if you're in Mountain Pine, as it could easily drop another tornado with how strong the velocities are. So please stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. By the way, huge shout out to Michael with the 10 gifted memberships. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the generosity. Also, shout out, can't load the name because my computer's slow. Shout out to Randy with a very generous $100 super chat. As RVers, we take you everywhere we go. Thank you for your excellent coverage. I appreciate that. I'm glad I can help you. I appreciate the super chat. What's on the horizon for Memphis, Tennessee? Memphis isn't really going to see much until about 8, 9, 10 o'clock tonight. Really mainly a damaging wind risk, also an isolated tornado risk. Pics of tornado damage all over the Joplin Metro, north and west side into Bentonville on social media. I keep me posted, Riley, if you see anything about that. All right, here's the latest velocity scan. Still very strong rotation right now over Mighty. That'll be coming up on Highway 7 over the next few minutes, coming up towards Hot Springs. Mountain Pine, we still have a strong area of rotation here that is going to be coming up towards going towards Hot Springs Village. That one was the one that was on the ground. It's, again, at this point, for now, it is lifted, but it could drop again at any time. And we're still watching an area of rotation with a discrete supercell heading up towards Perryville over the next 15 to 20 minutes. Let's go back over east of Springfield. And we actually have a couple areas we need to watch for. The main one being near Ava, northwest of Ava, heading up towards Norwood and Hartville. That rotation's on the stronger side of things.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Back over to the north near Marshfield. Let me go over to this screen. Riley kind of made a little decent graphic here. Back over north of Seymour, there's an area of rotation that we're gonna have to watch for here. This could eventually become more of a concern east of Marshfield. So we need to keep an eye on that. That is this storm right here, east of Marshfield. Rotation's at least trying to ramp up right now, and that's going to be heading up towards Conway and Phillipsburg. Our new tornado warning is going to be for the storm that is still rotating. The rotation's been broader over the last couple of minutes, but we do think it could ramp up again with it having a large hook echo and a very strong inflow. That's going to be going up right towards Hartville and Mansfield over the next few minutes. So you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. that is tracking to the northeast at about 60 miles per hour. So it is a fairly fast moving storm right now. All right, latest scan near Mountain Pine. We have very strong rotation right now coming right up into Mountain Pine in Arkansas. You need to be in your safe place right now if you're in Mountain Pine. There is a CC signature here, but that's going to be for clear air contamination, meaning that is not a tornado. This would, again, be the area that we need to watch for a tornado. They'll be right over Mountain Pine here over the next couple of minutes. And if we have a tornado, it'll be tracking right up Highway 192. Are there any cameras up here? I don't think so. One on the north side of Hot Springs, but does not have a view of this. And the warning was just updated again. It is still radar indicated. We are currently sitting at 7 tornado warnings. And most of them in Arkansas and Missouri. We have no other ones in any other state right now. We are going to be keeping an eye on activity that'll try to uptick over the next hour or two back over in the Texarkana region. Nothing actively happening that is concerning, but we could see a low-end tornado risk and damaging wind threat and hail risk evolve over the next few hours as storms start to fire up out there. All right, we'll have a new radar scan here in a second. We could get a new tornado warning here soon near Marshfield, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. Thank you, Colleen, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Is Kansas City Metro going to be okay? Kansas City should be fine. We have a lot of storms off to your east, but the main area of concern right now is south and west of Columbia. And honestly, like Kansas City, I don't think we're going to see much over there. I think this is like our main threat anywhere even remotely near you. And that's mainly in central Missouri as of right now. We had a little cold core severe weather setup that tried to get going here in northeast Oklahoma and southeastern Kansas, but that has not panned out. I'll have a new radar scan in a second. All right, here's the latest scan here. And we are definitely seeing increasing rotation right now east of Marshfield. This is going to be coming up towards Evergreen. I would be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if they issued a tornado warning for this. The rotation's intensifying a little bit near Highway 38. It's going to be tracking up towards Lebanon, east of Phillipsburg, and east of Conway. This is definitely a storm that could produce a tornado. Again, this would be more of a QLCS-driven tornado, but we could still get an isolated, strong tornado out of this area of thunderstorms as this continues to move northeast. Also, we are getting a little bit of convection that's kind of hindering the overall rotation here out in front of this storm that has been tornado near Mansfield. So this one might not have much of a chance of producing a tornado here over the next few minutes. Rain cool air is kind of getting out in front of it, but right now in this general area, we still have a broad area of rotation that's moving to the northeast. This is a damage photo from Peyton. Back over at in Lamar, Missouri. Some of the damage photos out of Lamar, Missouri, where a tornado may have hit. Got a snap tree, not a really large tree, but a little snap tree there. A big branch down in the yard.
A new tornado warning has
Some more
been
branches
issued.
down in the yard, and then power lines down. Look at that. Big power lines down here. Back over in Lamar, Missouri. And additionally, this is a full-blown pole that got absolutely slammed to the ground in Lamar, Missouri. We have a brand new tornado warning east of Marshfield, heading up towards Evergreen and Phillipsburg. Again, this is not surprising. We've been talking about this for a while. If you are in Phillipsburg, just outside of Conway, you need to seek shelter now, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. And this is a dangerous storm currently, moving to the northeast and could easily produce a tornado in the next few minutes. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we're starting to get more damage reports near the Branson and Forsyth area. There's a tornado warning for this area, but I do not think it was tornado damage. I would assume it was just general severe thunderstorm damage. However, it does speak to how seriously we have to take the entirety of this line, even if you're not under a severe thunderstorm or a tornado warning. there was up to 8-inch trees down.
Thank you for the update. And yeah, we are seeing also some reports of power lines down in Hollister and more trees down. So a lot of trees and power lines down in this area, which gives you an idea again of how significant wind can be. It does not matter if you're, if you're in a tornado warning, obviously that's significant, but even if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, you can still get, you can still get damage, and you can still not, you can still lose power and stuff like that, especially if a tree falls down onto a power line, or as we just saw a second ago, an entire power line literally just got smacked to the ground. I don't know. This had been really strong winds, but I mean, this thing just literally got torn to the ground here, back over in Lamar, Missouri. Again, from Peyton Little John on Twitter, back over in Lamar, Missouri. And as a reminder, if you do have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. That's one of the best ways to send in any photos or videos to us. You can also message us on Facebook as well, but Twitter is preferable. Hey, White, for the super chat. I do not live in Pennsylvania. I live in Florida. I moved out of Texas more because of college. We have might have a photo of a lowering. There's a large lowering northwest of Hot Springs from the supercell that produced a tornado a few minutes ago. The velocities have become a little bit broader here over the last few minutes near Mountain Pine, but there was actually a large lowering moments ago near Hot Springs. No longer seeing much rotation. I'm not sure if it's still there, but large wall cloud was visible. If we can show it, I will here in a second. Back over west of DeGray Lake, southwest Hot Springs, we still have strong rotation right now, tracking to the northeast. If you are in Hot Springs, be ready to go to your safe place. You don't have to be there right now if you're in Hot Springs because you're not under a tornado warning, but southwest side of town, only about 15 to 20 minutes away from a potential tornado risk heading towards Hot Springs, Arkansas. Rotation is still very strong on radar. Again, we have several discrete supercells here, all lining up west of Little Rock that are going to be capable of producing a threat for tornadoes. And we'll see if this thing is able to stay together, but they may issue a new tornado warning for Adona and Perryville here soon. This tornado warning expires in 7 minutes, but we may get a new tornado warning here shortly there. All right, this is the latest radar scan back over east of Springfield. We still have 2 definitive areas of rotation, one east of Marshfield, one coming up on Hartville. We don't actively have a tornado with either one of these. The one that was a bit stronger here over the last couple minutes is east of Marshfield, coming up on Evergreen. So you need to be in your safe place. You're back up in Evergreen, Missouri. Still have rotation at just what north of Bryan. Again, one of the problems with this storm right now for a tornado threat is that we have convection now that is out in front of our inflow. So that's going to kind of hurt the inflow going to the storm, rain, cool air, and that could limit the tornado threat with the storm unless it's able to reorganize as it continues to move northeast. So this storm could recycle here near Seymour. We'll have to wait and see. Spotter from Northwest Kansas and new to your content, enjoying it. You cover the United States. Yeah, we cover the entire country. So if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. If you want weather coverage or weather videos, we do it all the time. Do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Rolla, St. Robert, Lebanon. That is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and they do have a tornado possible label on this activity. Let's go back up to our northern tornado warning. This storm has gotten very messy up near Boonville. We still have some rotation just to the southwest of Columbia, but generally speaking, the rotation on the storm west of Columbia has gotten a lot broader here over the last little while. I would continue to stay in your safe place for the next few minutes. The warnings expire in 5 minutes, so it doesn't hurt to stay there, but generally, the tornado risk is at least a little bit lower for the time being. We have a new damage report on the tornado that we had earlier near New Bloomfield. There's more report of roof damage back over near New Bloomfield in Missouri. And in case you did not see that tornado, this is a look from Ben Williams not too long ago. This was back at about 140 or so. This was what the tornado looked like. It was a large tornado. It was on the ground for about 3 or 4 minutes. It wasn't a super long track tornado, but it did produce some damage there to a few communities just off to the north of Jefferson City, southwest of Fulton. In case you're curious on video, this is the video that Ben Williams shot of this tornado. Again, this is not live, but this was earlier from Ben Williams of that large tornado that hit the southwest side there of Fulton in Missouri. So again, this is definitely this is obviously the one of the biggest tornadoes we've had today, but it probably was the biggest. It was only on the ground for like 2 or 3 minutes, but it was pretty sizable. And that was from one singular discrete supercell that basically tracked all the way up Highway 54, and then it ran into stable and cool air, and it just kind of fizzled. Still have 3 tornado warnings right now west of Little Rock. All of these, the 2 right here, one for Hot Springs Village and the one just north of Hot Springs Village, those both expire in 4 minutes. So we'll see if they issue new ones, which I think they will with how strong the rotation is. We should get, if we do get a new tornado warning, the new one would be for Hot Springs and Fountain Lake. Velocities have been a little bit weaker here as of late, so I'm not sure if they will for that one. I feel like there's enough here on the Perryville storm for there to be a new tornado warning. So the new one would probably include Perryville, Adona, and eventually going towards Morrilton. So you guys will be in the path of this. Tree down 4 miles south of Lebanon, Missouri. Heavy flatland winds. There's a lot of trees down. We have a lot of damage reports. But we should have new tornado warnings here in the next few minutes here west of Little Rock. As long as the rotation is enough. I don't know about the one near Hot Springs. That one's been broader, but this one probably will get a new warning going towards Adona. We'll have to keep an eye on this little storm forming west of Morrilton as well. That could become tornadic at some point as it goes up towards Clinton. And also, rotation is a little bit stronger west of Clinton. So there's a little bit of rotation on this supercell. This one's been going for a little while, heading up towards Leslie and Marshall. And it will eventually go towards Calico Rock in Norfolk. Keeping an eye on that. New severe thunderstorm warning in southern Missouri for West Plains. That is for 60 or 70 mile per hour damaging winds and a tornado possible label. Rotation is increasing back over near Highway 5. We got a little area of rotation here that'll be going towards Willow Springs and Kabul. And still a large area of broader rotation near Norwood going towards Hartville. And that the other tornado warning east of Marshfield, that has really weakened a lot over the last few minutes. Still a little bit of rotation heading up towards Evergreen, but not really too concerned about a tornado risk at this point. It's become a lot broader. Also, they have canceled one of the tornado warnings west of Columbia. The other one will be canceled presumably in a few minutes. Or actually, it goes for 17 more minutes. Maybe not. There actually is still decent rotation here near Jamestown. They'll probably continue this tornado warning. They might issue a small new one to include Prairie Home and Woolridge, and just on the west side of Columbia. If you're up in Columbia, Missouri, definitely stay weather aware. Our tornado risk and wind threat are going to be the highest here over the next 35 minutes to 45 minutes. Also, new damage report coming out of Ava of a tree down. So more trees are coming down from the wind. And we also had a tornado warning there not too long ago. Our tornado warning for both the Hot Springs Village area and the one going towards Perryville are both about to expire. I still think we're going to get a new one here near Hot Springs, but we'll see. Or North Hot Springs. The tornado warning southwest Hot Springs is still ongoing. They just condensed it a little bit. But again, if you're up in Hot Springs, stay weather aware. This storm is still rotating quite a bit. Could have a wall cloud, and if it does, could drop a tornado here soon. Heading up towards Hot Springs.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, there's your new tornado warning. This is going to be for those in Perry and Conway County, so they will continue this tornado warning. Just south of Casa come up on Adona and Perryville. The warning will pop up here in just a second, and there it is. It's going towards Morrilton and Perryville. That's your main area of rotation right there. It's going to be going up towards Adona and Perryville over
A
the
new
next few minutes.
tornado warning has been
So
issued.
seek shelter, get away from windows and lowest floor possible. If you're in this tornado warning, we have another tornado warning for the Hot Springs Village area. So Hot Springs Village, just northwest of Fountain Lake. That'll be tracking up towards Highway 9 and Highway 10. So they've reissued tornado warnings on both of these storms. So we're back up to 6 for the time being. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, it looks like we have a new area of little cumulus field northeast of Little Rock. This is something that could potentially turn into a prefrontal, which would produce a significant tornado. So it's something to keep an eye on.
Thank you for the update. You got a little bit of convection trying to bubble up. It's very questionable whether this will actually get going or not. Keep in mind that our environment today, again, very favorable for tornadoes. We've talked about this a lot.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Before we go to that tornado warning, it's a very favorable environment for tornadoes. In this little area that we need to watch for, be near Batesville. Long term, it could become a concern. We had a lot of morning convection that has kind of led to more stable conditions. But one thing I want to point out on our satellite imagery is that we have quite a bit of clearing still across Arkansas and southeastern Missouri. Look at all that clearing here just over the last half hour in northeastern Arkansas. So this is an area that we need to keep a very close eye on, where we could end up getting a bit more of a tornado risk if storms are able to fire there. So we need to keep definitely an eye on that. All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning in Missouri. We're going to go all the way back up to the north. That is for Columbia. So Columbia, Missouri, you are now included in a brand new tornado warning. You need to get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building if you are in Columbia, Missouri. Believe it or not, Brandon Kopic, storm chasing. He's actually not far from this, so we're going to keep an eye on him. Our rotation right now is going to be coming up right into the town of Columbia, and it'll go towards Howellsville and Centralia here over the next about 20 minutes or so. So please be in your safe place if you are in this warning. There's also a camera, I believe, in Columbia, which I'm trying to pull up. There is. All right, we're going to put Columbia bottom middle of your screen. Columbia, or actually, no, I'm not. We're going to put Columbia bottom left, and then Brandon will be bottom middle. Columbia, Missouri, bottom left. Happy birthday, Max. It is not my birthday. If Brandon gets another tornado today, I am literally just going to call him from here on out the tornado magnet, because he pretty much is a tornado magnet at this point. This is our latest couple of scans here east of Springfield. The Hartville storm is not rotating nearly as much as before. We might have a tiny little couplet east of Umpire coming up towards Hartville. So maybe a brief tornado. There is a chance that we get a little mesocyclone handoff with this at some point here over the next few minutes. We could get a new area of rotation heading towards Upton and Houston. So we'll need to keep an eye on this just east of Springfield. Storm east of Conway. Again, not nearly as concerning, at least for the time being. But we still have a little area of rotation coming up on Evergreen. We have strong rotation right now coming up on Perryville, Arkansas. This rotation's been ramping up over the last few minutes. Strong area of rotation coming up on Perryville and going towards Morrilton. You be in your safe place if you're in this warning. This storm is probably about to drop a tornado as it continues to organize over the next few minutes. Keep in mind, again, today's environment is not favorable for photogenic tornadoes, meaning that these tornadoes are probably not going to be visible. So you don't want to be trying to look outside for this. Just stay in your safe place. The area of rotation is literally located in the smack dab middle of a ton of rain. So it's not recommended to try to go look for this. I know people want to try to, confirm it and report it, but it's going to be impossible to see. Rotation is still ongoing near Hot Springs Village. We had a tornado with this storm near Mountain Pine not long ago. Rotation's now moving right over the town of Hot Springs. Still a strong inflow and a hook echo. At this point, though, I'm not really too concerned about a tornado because the velocities are pretty broad near the surface, but it could cycle as it moves northeast, as it is still a discrete supercell. we are beginning to see the southern convection get going a little bit. Back over near Texarkana, we actually have 2 areas of rotation near I-30. So in Texarkana, there's a little bit of rotation that we're keeping an eye on. I believe there are a couple cameras as well in Texarkana, which I'm going to keep an eye on those. But might have a little bit of a lowering forming over Texarkana. This is a very low precip storm, but there is rotation on it. We'll need to keep an eye on that. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, if you want to pull up my radar, I was actually just looking at that storm near Texarkana, and you can actually see a little bit of a boundary here, and it looks like the inflow region of the storm is actually still outside of that boundary. This is a more marginal tornado environment down here, but if it can stay ahead of that boundary, it probably will produce a tornado. So we just need to keep an eye on that boundary and see if it stays ahead of it.
Thank you for the update. So we're going to be keeping an eye on these storms back over in southwestern Arkansas, northwest Louisiana, and northeast Texas. Again, nothing actively producing a tornado, but this is an area that we do have a tornado watch in effect. It goes until 7 o'clock Central. They might extend it depending on how things evolve down here, but at least for the time being, we are monitoring a tornado risk here over the next couple of hours. And yeah, the latest scan still showing some relatively strong rotation right now near Cherryville. Coming up on Perryville over the next few, or sorry, Cherry Hill. It's going to be coming up on Perryville over the next few minutes. So if you're in Cherryville or Perryville, you need to be in your safe place. This is in Columbia, Missouri. Very hard to tell. I am not positive that we have something here, but that right there is a little sus right there. This is on I-70. This is from one of the traffic cameras there on the Missouri dock camera. That might just be a lowering or possibly even a tornado. It's, again, extremely difficult to tell. It's very pixelated too. That's back up on the Columbia tornado warning, which is all the way back up here. So if you're in Columbia, definitely take this seriously. In Columbia and Pierpont. We had a tornado, it'd be near I-70. It'd be going up towards Highway 63. Go.
Hey Max, there is a area of very broad rotation southeast of Ava. It's going to need more time to wrap up, but it's starting to kink a little more. I think it's going to do something very similar to the 2 tornado warning to the north.
Thank you for the update. Yeah, this storm over here, just to the southeast of Springfield, south of Norwood, west of West Plains. That right there is an area of rotation that we need to keep an eye on. This is definitely a little classic-looking area of rotation when it comes to a potential QLCS tornado risk. So we're definitely have to keep an eye on this storm. That's going to be heading up towards Willow Springs and Kabul, by the way. The northern tornado warnings are not doing nearly as hot when it comes to rotating. The one east of Conway is just broad as of right now. Main area of rotations right along Highway 5. It'll be coming up on Highway 32 very soon. Latest radar scan is showing a stronger area of rotation down near Gentryville and as well as Drury. So we will probably get a new warning on this here in the next couple of minutes. And that'll be tracking up towards Kabul and Willow Springs, moving mainly to the north-northeast. And this is the other tornado warning for Hartville. In Hartville, we still have an area of rotation right over Highway 38. It's not as strong as before, but we could still get a spin-up tornado as that goes towards Upton and Plato in southern Missouri. If you're over in Hot Springs, again, be ready for a tornado warning. They might issue one here soon. The tornado warning that we have right now goes for 6 more minutes. And they may issue a new warning. I think the rotation is going to be strong enough for there to be a new tornado warning for Hot Springs in just a few minutes. We still have a hook echo. It's a discrete supercell, strong inflow going into that storm as well. So if you're in Hot Springs, you need to make sure that you're ready to go to your safe place. You might want to go there now, or you can go there here whenever the warning gets issued. But definitely make sure that you're ready for this. Back over in Columbia, this is a live shot in Columbia. Let me go to Columbia. Columbia, this is live right now where our tornado warning is. The wind just picked up a lot here over the last couple minutes. You can see the rain curtains going left to right. This is where we may have seen a tornado. We don't know, but there might have been something in the distance. Currently, we are seeing an increase of wind, a lot of water on the roadways too. That's been a big problem here across Missouri today. But it is definitely windy out here in Columbia, which is again actively where we do have a tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. We now do have a new tornado warning. This will be for Hot Springs.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So Hot Springs, you are now included in a brand new tornado warning. You need to seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. So if you are in Hot Springs, you need to get to your safe place. This is a dangerous storm that is rotating. It's going to be coming right into town over the next 10 minutes. We have cameras in Hot Springs. We're keeping an eye on those. We have another tornado warning. This one's going to be west of West Plains. This is a storm that has really begun to rotate a lot over the last few minutes. It's going to be coming up on Kabul and just outside of Willow Springs, heading towards Highway 60. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place immediately. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. If you are in this tornado warning, very strong rotation right now. We're going to be tracking towards Kabul. Rotation's been a bit broader here near Columbia over the last several minutes, but we definitely have a big surge of wind that is coming into Columbia. We just saw that a moment ago. So damaging winds continuing to be a threat here near Columbia, but we could still see a tornado as this moves into town. So if you're in Columbia, please make sure that you are in that safe place. We are going to put in a new camera for Columbia that's in downtown, so we have a better idea of what the wind looks like. Put that bottom right. We're right back up to 8 tornado warnings. For reference, yesterday we peaked at 12. We're now sitting at 8. We are still dealing with several supercells right now west of Little Rock. We got one that's going to be coming up on Conway and I-40 here soon, and the other one near Hot Springs Village. Both of these storms up here to the north of Hot Springs are rotating still, and the storm structure looks impressive. We still got a hook echo and an inflow in both of these storms. And the warning here for Hot Springs Village has been condensed a little bit. So it now mainly includes the north and east side of Hot Springs near Reform. Let's go and see. Let me see if Hot Springs has a view of this storm now. Hot Springs again inside this tornado warning. Okay, yeah, this is Hot Springs right now. This is live in Hot Springs on the iDrive Arkansas camera. Very ominous skies. This is actually looking eastbound, I believe. Very low clouds. So again, an indicator of how low our clouds are today. I don't think this is looking the direction of where we would have a lowering, but we need to keep an eye on it. Obviously, very ominous skies. I kind of wish this was looking more to the west. Unless this is looking west. Look at the map here. This actually might be looking south. This might be the lowering. So this might not be looking eastbound. I think this is looking more to the south. Yeah, this is looking south towards our storm. So this is looking south right now. That is our lowering. That's coming into Hot Springs right now on the iDrive Arkansas camera. Definitely need to keep a very close eye on this. And top right of your screen, we have a lowering coming in. This is our tornadic storm coming towards Hot Springs.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It's a live shot. We're going to go back to that in a second. I do want to go back to radar. We have a brand new tornado warning for Laclede, Wright, and Texas counties in Missouri. All right, that's this one. So it's going to be east of Springfield, near Plato and Upton. They have continued the tornado warning as we still have enough rotation near Highway 38 for there to be potentially a tornado. So Plato and Upton, you need to be in your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. The southern storm, the rotation's still strong enough for a tornado heading towards Kabul and Sargent. And then again, our concern really for Hot Springs is that we could get a tornado here soon. The velocities are still increasing. It's going to be coming right into Hot Springs over the next few minutes. This is live in Hot Springs on the iDrive Arkansas camera. Again, top right of your screen is the storm rolling in right now. If we had a tornado, we would probably see it on this camera, unless it's wrapped in rain. But we have a large rain shaft coming in right now. We are really watching this entire kind of area here for a potential tornado. Go for just a smidge so you can see it a little bit better.
Hi.
My cat is making weird meowing sounds right now. And this is live at Hot Springs on the tornado warning cell. It's about to be moving into town. I'm going to go back to this in a quick second. I do want to show you the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. New mesoscale discussion. This is going to include most of eastern and central Arkansas, where we do have an increasing tornado potential. A new watch is likely within the hour. So a new tornado watch will be issued here very shortly. So be ready for that. Strongest area of rotation right now is coming into the southwest side of Hot Springs. This is once again the live shot in Hot Springs. Looking at our area of rotation, our area of interest. It's going to be coming right over the highway here in just a moment. I know it says eastbound. It is looking more to the southwest. Thank you, Loose Hill, for the super chat. Appreciate that. All right, storm's starting to get a little bit closer to the camera. Just kind of waiting to see if we can see anything here in Hot Springs. Are there going to be tornadoes in Wisconsin? Wisconsin is not in the path of severe weather. Is there a jump scare? Sorry, guys. Realize that popped up. Well, I mean, if there's a tornado here near Hot Springs, it's almost undoubtedly going to be rain wrapped. Here's the leading edge of the rain shaft on the left side of your screen. Can't clearly see anything. The wind should pick up. This is almost... If we have a tornado, there's a good chance it's going to be rain wrapped here. I'm going to go back to this camera in a second in Hot Springs. Let me go back to radar. And the velocities are at least a little bit weaker here over the last few minutes. So that's at least a good sign. Wind's probably going to be pretty strong. Also, we have a very strong area of rotation right now north of Blocher. It's going to be coming up on Reform and Perrin over the next few minutes. So northeast of Hot Springs Village. You need to be in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. The rotation on this has been increasing a lot here over the last few minutes. I'll eventually go towards Mayflower. The storm near Perryville, the rotation's pretty broad on this storm going towards Morrilton. Not as concerned about that storm as of right now, but we'll continue to keep an eye on it. This is back over in Hot Springs. So Hot Springs, rain's picking up. Wind should be picking up here over the next few minutes as well. Wind hasn't really picked up yet here, but still keep an eye on the wind if it does pick up. Might get an RFD surge. Even if we don't have a tornado, the wind should be pretty high here in Hot Springs. Looks like hail. No, those are just raindrops. I'm gonna keep it on my other monitor. If it picks up, we'll go back to it. Honestly, the storm north of Hot Springs, this one might be dropping right now. We have very strong rotation coming up into Reform. This is the supercell that also dropped the tornado back over west of Hot Springs about 45 minutes ago or so. So we may have a new tornado dropping. It's going to be coming up on Williams Junction and Martindale. Also, rotation starting to uptick a little bit near Leslie and Marshall. That's going to be heading up towards Calico Rock, Mount Olive, and Mountain View. It's another area to watch. Rotation is still on the stronger side of things west of Willow Springs, heading towards Kabul. This is the latest radar scan. It's going to come up towards Sargent here pretty soon. The storm over near Upton has been much broader. I'm not sure if that tornado warning is going to continue for much longer. Back up in Columbia, we still have a tornado warning here. The worst of this storm has already moved through. Columbia going up through Hallsville and Centralia. If you're in those areas, continue to stay in your safe place. I think at this point, this area of thunderstorm activity is mostly wind. I don't see really much of a tornado risk there. There is a storm all the way back up here in northeastern Missouri that don't have a great radar view on, but this one might be something to watch. There is some rotation, but it's very high up into the atmosphere. This is going towards Lewistown and going towards Canton. Possibility for a more significant tornado would exist if something were to develop here, but I'm not sure. It's really going to be a close call on that one. We have Connor Croft and Storm Intermedia up there, bottom middle of your screen, so we're going to keep a close eye on them. That storm could be something to watch for. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So I was going to talk about that storm south of Marshall by Leslie and how it looked like it was getting an RFD cut. It's gone. Literally, as you said that, the next radar scan updated, and it no longer looks as concerning.
What state?
Arkansas. It's the one to the west of Mountain View.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. That is up here near Leslie. So there has been a little bit of rotation, but not as much of a concern right now. We'll keep an eye on it in case it does recycle. North of Morrilton, there is also a little bit of rotation on this tiny little cell that's heading up towards B Branch. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. I would be surprised if we don't get a tornado on this storm near Reform. The velocities are still very strong right now. Just northeast of Hot Springs, and this is going to be coming up towards eventually Mayflower and just south of Perryville here soon. So be ready for this, as there's a potential for a tornado with that as it continues to move to the east. The Hot Springs storm has become pretty disorganized. It is mostly just wind at this point. The tornado threat is lower for the time being. This is a live shot right now on the iDrive Arkansas camera in Hot Springs, and you can actually see a small little raggedy wall cloud right there. There's a little wall cloud right there at the top right of your screen. It's moving into Hot Springs, but the velocities on radar have gotten a little bit broader here as of late. Thank you, Deanna, for becoming a member, and welcome to the velocities. This is near exit 5, by the way, for those that are familiar with this area, right along the interstate here. South side of Hot Springs. Or I think, actually, this might be the north side of Hot Springs. We do have a little wall cloud that's moving in.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have issued a new tornado warning. This is going to be for the storm north of Hot Springs. It is a discrete supercell that is rotating quite a bit right now. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is a dangerous storm right now, currently tracking to the northeast. Is Brandon Kopic not Brandon Kopic on the bottom left? I'll put that there. That is interesting. All right, new tornado warning though again, just to the north of Hot Springs Village. This rotation is again very strong, very solid chance that a tornado is going to drop here over the next few minutes, tracking towards Highway 9 and Highway 10. So if you are in this area, you got to get to your safe place now. This for Perry as well as Pulaski, Saline, and Faulkner counties here outside of Little Rock. And I think we have a tornado. Yeah, we have a tornado in progress now in Reform. So this is now in progress. There is a debris signature right now, right over Reform. So you need to be in your safe place, away from windows and lowest floor possible immediately. This could easily
A new tornado
this
warning
could easily
has been
be a
issued.
strong tornado right now near Reform, Arkansas. It's going to be going towards Mayflower and Conway. So you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows if you are in this warning. This is a dangerous storm currently tracking to the northeast. And tornado definitely in progress right now in Reform. You got to be in your safe place, going towards Mayflower. Also, new tornado warning going to be all the way back up near Columbia. This is west of St. Louis by quite a bit. Going towards Mexico and as well as Oxvacy. Area of rotation embedded in a line of thunderstorms is moving off to the north towards Highway 15. So be in your safe place if you're in that tornado warning. Again, this is a continuating threat that we've had going on for quite some time.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we have another tornado warning that's just been issued. That's for Clark, Garland, and Hot Spring counties, which might actually be that storm there west of Caddo Valley. Another area of strong rotation there near Caddo Valley going towards Malvern, I-30, and eventually towards the south side of Hot Springs. So we're going to have to keep a close eye on that as well. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so there is a chaser on this storm near Little Rock that has a tornado on the ground. It appears like it's a strong cone tornado. Just looking at the environment, I do think this has the potential to be a long track tornado. So places like Conway, Holland, Vilnola, you guys way downstream of this, even outside of the tornado warning, should be preparing to take shelter now.
Thank you for the update. All right, so again, probably a large cone tornado right now west of Highway 9. We have a large debris signature right now embedded in our hook echo. This is probably going to become a rain wrap tornado too at some point here downstream as it continues to move towards Martindale and Williams Junction, and it will eventually go towards Little Italy and Mayflower. So this is a large tornado that is likely in progress right now, heading right towards Conway. It is producing significant damage right now just north of Reform and will be coming up on Williams Junction and Martindale. So you got to be in your safe place for this warning. That is a significant tornado that is currently in progress, and it's probably causing some pretty big damage right now outside of Little Rock. The storm back over west of Caddo Valley, we have very strong rotation on too. That is tracking up towards Magnet Cove and Rockport. And this will also go towards Hot Springs. We need to keep a very close eye on this as well. So this is another supercell that could become very concerning here soon for a tornado risk. Latest scan is still showing a significant tornado right now over the north side of Reform in Arkansas. It's coming up on Williams Junction and Martindale over the next few minutes. This is probably going to continue for quite some time, if I had to guess. The supercell doesn't have really anything around it that's going to negatively impact it. There's a lot of wind shear in today's environment, so I think it's going to stay together here for a little bit. But again, if you're just tuning in, this is according to Storm Chaser Jesse Hayes. Jesse is reporting that there is a cone tornado in progress here. I don't believe they are alive, but they have been reporting that. We have a new radar scan coming in right now, so we're going to wait for that. Right now, this tornado would be hitting the Lake Winona Park, and it will be coming up on the Buffalo Church. And eventually, once it gets to Highway 9, it'll be coming up on the Round Mountain Trailhead, and Nancy Mountain Vista will be in the path of this. Tornadoes now over the north side of Reform, Arkansas. Again, long-term, it's going towards Mayflower and Conway, which are much more populated places here in Arkansas. We still got a significant tornado, though, in progress. Latest correlation coefficient scan is indicating that significant debris is still actively being lifted up into the atmosphere right now on the north side of Reform, coming up on Williams Junction. This is still a large tornado right now, moving northeast, heading towards Martindale and Y in Little Italy. I'm surprised they haven't upgraded the warning yet. I mean, this might honestly be not far from PDS levels. They have not upgraded that warning yet, which is surprising. This really should at least be a confirmed tornado. I mean, we definitely have a tornado in progress going right into Williams Junction. This could be down for quite some time. Warning is still radar indicated, but it's definitely confirmed. It's almost undoubtedly, again, a strong tornado that is heading up towards Conway in the next 20 minutes or so. Conway, you're not in the warning right now, but you need to be ready to go to your safe place. If you're on the southwest side of town, you might be in the warning. But if you're in downtown Conway, you're not actively inside of this tornado warning. I'll have another radar scan here in just a second. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, if you want to pull up my radar, this is actually something on GR2 that I've been experimenting with over the past few days. So basically what this does is it will only show you the probability if there is a debris ball on the ground. So the white is a 100% chance of a tornado-related debris ball. And on this radar product, we can clearly see that we have a strong area where there's a 100% chance using this algorithm that there is a tornado on the ground. This is north of the town of Payton.
Thank you for the update. And again, the latest scan is still showing a significant tornado in progress. This is lifting up a lot of debris right now near Williams Junction, and it's coming up on Martindale as of right now. So again, you got to be in your safe place if you're in this warning. This is still a dangerous storm that is going to be heading towards Conway and Mayflower. Velocities are still very strong as well. I don't know why they haven't upgraded the warning, but again, still a significant tornado right now tracking to the northeast. The debris signature right now, if we measure it from west to east, is around a mile wide. Doesn't mean our tornado is a mile wide, but the debris at least is being, extracted again around a mile or so wide here. So again, significant tornado currently in progress, and again, likely strong. And we've had reports again of a cone tornado with that over the last few minutes from a storm chaser. Rotation still strong south of Hot Springs, coming up on Caddo Valley and I-30 going towards Rockport and Magnet Cove. So please make sure that you're in your safe place if you're in that tornado warning. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so once again, they have not updated this warning. However, we are in range of a PDS tornado warning being issued for this storm.
Thank you for the update. So again, this should be PDS, but currently no upgrade even to the warning. We clearly have a tornado in progress right now near Highway 9, and it'll be about 15 to 20 minutes probably until this is really knocking on the doorstep of Mayflower. So if you're over at Mayflower, again, you got a few minutes to, collect your things, whatever, and get to your safe place, but you want to be getting there as soon as possible. If you're over in Conway, be weather aware. If you have any friends or family in Conway, please make sure that they are aware of this as well, as this is a storm that could easily be producing a significant tornado. It already is right now, and it could continue for quite some time. Back up in Missouri, we still have a few tornado warnings east of Springfield. Rotation near Kabul has become a lot broader over the last few minutes, so I'm not as concerned about that storm as of right now. And then the rotation over near Plato has been also fairly broad. I'm not as concerned about that storm either. Off near Columbia and Fulton, we are dealing with a lot of different areas of rotation from a line of thunderstorms that is currently lifting to the northeast, which will be moving through Mexico, Benton City, Centralia, and eventually going towards Perry. We're still keeping an eye on that. We actually have a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible label in southeast Iowa, by the way. Heads up if you're back over near Mount Pleasant. Low chance for a tornado out of that storm. We still have a significant tornado in progress right now near Williams Junction, and we still don't have an upgrade to this warning. There is still a significant tornado in progress. We have a big debris signature still. Luckily, it's a lot of trees in this area. There aren't as many homes in this area, but it will be coming up on a more populated area. It is approaching right now the Alotian Golf Club, the West Rock Landing, Vista Point Park, and also a few more trails there. Some mountains are obviously in this area. And then eventually after that, it's going to be crossing over a river And then Conway is really one of the biggest places in the track of this tornado. So we still actively have a significant tornado in progress right now. That's going to be going through Martindale over the next few minutes. If you are in a mobile home, you got to get to a sturdy structure or get in a ditch. If you are in a trailer park or anything along those lines, an RV, you need to be, again, in a safe, sturdy structure right now. This is the latest scan and still have a big debris signature right now on the southeast side of Williams Junction. This has just crossed Highway 9 and is about to cross Highway 10 near Martindale in just a few minutes. Also, the storm that's northeast of Hot Springs, they have not continued a tornado warning on this, and I think that's rightfully so. I'm not seeing a whole lot on this storm that would really be evident of there being a tornado in the near term, other than it being discrete, which, again, it's going to probably stay as a discrete supercell for quite some time. But we'll have to keep an eye on this because this will be going in the direction of Little Rock. So generally, it's going to be moving to the northeast. So if you're in Little Rock, that's the main storm we're watching for right now, in addition to this supercell northwest of Caddo Valley, which honestly, this one might be about to drop too. We still have very strong rotation on this over Highway 7. It's going to be paralleling I-30 up until about Magnet Cove, and then it might cross over at some point. If you're north of Arkadelphia, you got to be in your safe place on that one. And we are still seeing some very small storms down here in southwest Arkansas that are also rotating. We got one near Hope and one west of Prescott. Those are still continuing to produce at least a little bit of rotation. And then all the way back up east of Springfield, they have canceled the tornado warning for Plato, but there is still a tornado warning here near Willow Springs. And there's a low chance they issue a tornado warning on this little area of rotation west of West Plains, so we'll be keeping an eye on that as that moves to the northeast. All right, let me go back down to Arkansas. Over the last couple of scans, the tornado here near Williams Junction has gotten at least somewhat smaller. So still have debris right now being lifted up into the atmosphere near Martindale, but it is a slightly smaller tornado. We'll continue to wait and see what happens with this evolution over the next few minutes. I'll do radar scan in a second. We are currently sitting at 12 severe thunderstorm warnings and 6 tornado warnings as of right now. Our peak for tornado warnings so far today has been about 8. So this is, and really right now between, again, 3 and 7 is really our peak for the tornado threat. The threat will continue all the way through about 11 or 12, but we are currently right now in the midst of our peak of this tornado threat. Also, I kind of find this crazy, but they never upgraded this warning to being confirmed. The latest update is still radar indicated, even though we have a tornado. I don't know how that happens. So we still have a tornado going towards Conway, but the warning was not upgraded. I do think that this tornado is at least getting a little bit smaller, but it is still in progress. I mean, we still have a clear debris signature right now over Martindale, and it's coming up on Y and as well as Little Italy over the next few minutes. We just got a new tornado watch. Let me go ahead and go over to that. New tornado watch going to include parts of Arkansas. We'll have that here in a second. And here it is. All right, so our new tornado watch is going to be for eastern Arkansas. This goes until midnight tonight. A few tornadoes are going to be possible. This includes Jonesboro, Osceola, just outside of Memphis near Helena, Pine Bluff, just east of Little Rock, Searcy, Batesville, and Forest City. A few tornadoes are possible between now and 12. Scatter damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. And also the potential for up to ping pong ball sized hail is possible. We have any PDS today? We haven't had any PDS at all in the last few days. Yesterday, we should have had like 3 or 4. Today, this one pretty easily, I feel like, could have been PDS. At this point, the tornado is smaller and it's not as strong, so it wouldn't be in the territory of a PDS tornado warning, but it is still in progress near Martindale, and it's going to be coming up on Y. The tornado is definitely smaller. We have a much smaller debris signature here. So it's not as concerning. But if you're up in Conway, continue to stay weather aware. This storm definitely will have a potential to recycle as it moves up towards Conway and Mayflower. The rotation remains very strong north of Caddo Valley in the mid-levels. So tornado might be trying to drop here soon near I-30. I'm going to see if we have any cameras here. We might. Back over along I-30 in this tornado warning. There's one in Caddo Valley. There's one in Friendship, but not seeing a clear view of this right now. If we get a clear view of this, we'll obviously show you. We'll keep an eye on that. Shout out to Joseph with the Venmo donation. I appreciate that. Also, thank you to Larry with the super chat, and also thank you Lotus for the generous super chat. And Lotus says, remember, pictures are not worth your life. Get to shelter. Have a storm preparedness kit, mattress, blankets, first aid, battery operated radio. Whenever the tornado passes over, wait 20 minutes before exiting the shelter. Good advice. Appreciate the super chat. But yeah, I agree. If you have a weather radio, it's always good to have that on hand today, especially with how active it already is. I mean, again, if you look at, let's just go back to the full radar here. You can literally see this entire area. We have severe warnings stretching and connecting across about a 425-mile line right now. So these are continuous severe thunderstorm warnings right now across Missouri and as well as Arkansas that are stretching 425 miles. It's pretty crazy. It's a large area. We're only about 2 warnings really away from this being about 500 miles connecting. All right, CC drop is way smaller. That tornado is lifted at this point. The storm near Fountain Lake still has some broad rotation heading up towards Little Rock, so we need to continue to keep a close eye on that. East of Hot Springs. And again, what we're looking at here, the rotation is strong in the mid-levels, but this right here is going to be clear air contamination. That is not a debris signature. That right there is clear air contamination. If we were to have a tornado, it would have to be right here in the precipitation area of at least this supercell. But I don't think it's far from producing. It is still radar indicator rotation for now. We are back down to 4 tornado warnings. The main 2 right now are technically at 5 for another like 3 minutes, but one of them has been allowed to expire. We still have the main one that's northwest of Little Rock. That one produced a strong tornado moments ago. We have one south of Hot Springs, and then all the way back up into southern Missouri. We still have a tornado warning for a couple more minutes just off to the northwest and west of Mountain View. That's going to be tracking towards Highway 19. That rotation's broader at this point. A little bit of rotation also west of West Plains. And then all the way back up towards Fulton, outside of Columbia. We still have a tornado warning for Mexico, Benton, just outside of Benton City and Centralia. This is an area that we're watching for the potential for tornadoes embedded in a line of thunderstorms. That'll be tracking in the direction of Perry and as well as Center.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
I'm not going to lie. Is this a different storm? Okay, this is a different one. So the southern storm has been upgraded to confirmed. I thought this was the northern one. The southern storm has been upgraded, though. This is now a confirmed tornado for Garland and Hot Springs counties. So this is now a confirmed tornado. And this is going to be confirmed via radar. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Strongest area of rotation right now is just east of Highway 7, and it will be coming up on Magnet Cove and Rockport. So, Jen, just south and east of Hot Springs. There are cameras in this area, so we're going to keep a close eye on these. This is not a tornado that is observed by spotters. It is a radar-confirmed tornado. It's moving to the northeast. Yeah, again, strongest rotation right over D. Roach. Going up to the northeast. There's a broad area of rotation as well near Clinton, heading up towards Fairfield Bay and Concord. That might get tornado one at some point down the road.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And Other than that, the storm that was producing a tornado just southwest of Conway, that one's weakened a lot over the last few minutes. We'll continue to keep a close eye on that. Back up in Missouri for Montgomery and Callaway counties, we do have a brand new tornado warning, which is all the way back up west of St. Louis, north of Herman. Another QLCS tornado risk going up towards Montgomery City and Wellsville. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter immediately, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building as that continues to move to the northeast. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So I think there's something a little peculiar going on with our two warnings that we have here in the NWS Little Rock region. So obviously, we did just get an upgrade to this warning in the south, and that was an upgrade to observed. But actually, if you scroll back in that warning history, they had canceled that tornado warning at 5:36 p.m. I'm wondering if they meant to upgrade this warning in the north or north of Little Rock, and they accidentally set that warning through in the south or accidentally upgraded the wrong warning. It's a little peculiar, and I don't know what's going on, but either way, take both warnings seriously, and yeah.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, I agree. I mean, again, what I'm seeing on radar, and I'm pretty certain what we're seeing here is clear air contamination. The CC drop here is right in the middle of where there's like literally no reflectivity. So there's a very low chance that is actually a tornado. In my opinion, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty certain that that's just clear air contamination. But nonetheless, take this warning seriously. It is still a very dangerous storm. Even if we didn't have a tornado, or even if we do have a tornado, again, the velocities are very strong in the mid levels. So there's probably at least a wall cloud. And if not, we could even have a tornado that is trying to drop down here just east of Highway 7. Again, this is going to be tracking towards the southeast side of Hot Springs and near Malvern in Arkansas. So please continue to stay in your safe place. But the confirmed the storm up here that was on the ground near Conway, that one is still rotating, but it's a lot broader than before. This is the one that was producing a strong tornado for probably about 15 minutes or so, but it has become a lot weaker, and I'm not as concerned about that storm at this point for a tornado threat. And we do not have any active tornado warnings in southern Missouri, which I agree with. The velocities are pretty broad on everything right now. A little broad area of rotation near Somerville, with our winds going away from the radar and winds going towards the radar, just a broad area of circulation. But if you're over in St. Louis, I mean, you're still about an hour or so out from this line of storms getting there, about hour and 30 minutes, but get ready. The severe weather's coming. And again, we are still right in the smack dab middle of the peak here of severe weather. Is Riley Max's cousin? Riley is not my cousin. Any road camps near Malvern? We're keeping an eye on them. There are a couple there. If this storm gets closer to I-30, there will be a couple cams that we can put up on here. They're just not showing anything quite yet. But I'm keeping an eye on all the cameras there. Again, nothing visually confirmed here. It's radar indicated. This is what it looks like on the iDrive Arkansas camera in the southeast side of Hot Springs. And it's very ominous. Lots of rain coming down now. And so this is going to be on the northwest side of this confirmed tornado warning right now. And again, the roadways, I've been saying this all day, but they're very wet. It's moist. Got a lot of rain that has been falling, and puddling and flooding is going to continue. Somebody just asked if I'm going live tomorrow. Yeah, we're going to go live for some cloud spotting tomorrow. We don't really have much of a risk of severe weather tomorrow. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So actually funny situation here. We've been watching these tornado warnings across Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Missouri today, almost into Illinois, but there's still been no official tornado reports issued to the Storm Prediction Center about either of these areas. However, we do have one tornado report in the entirety of the U.S. right now. That one tornado report is in Montana. This is the only official tornado report we have so far today, and it's in Montana. Obviously, we have seen some tornadoes in Arkansas, and we've seen some in Missouri today, but the only one that the SPC has officially recognized as an official storm report was in Montana. We're probably going to see more tornadoes in the area of St. Louis sometime in the next 2 hours. We actually have a few different segments we're seeing here. This is one, and there's also another one that you can tell is sort of a storm system of its own, but independent from that one over here. This is the one that's going to be moving towards St. Louis, and the area that we're looking at in terms of tornado potential is not only where we have warnings now, but also at the end of the line. This is where we're going to see a potential bookend vortex as it works its way towards St. Louis. To see that, that'd basically be a tornado on the end of the line. So that's one thing that we need to keep an eye out for over the next few hours. Also, Arkansas, you guys actually have the majority of the discrete convection, which isn't exactly how it was modeled. It's interesting to see it play out this way, and I actually would have, if I was a betting man, I would have placed my money on Missouri performing better than Arkansas, but for some reason, it does not seem to have played out that way today.
All righty. Thank you, Riley, for the update. Let's go. By the way, Riley, you clicked the wrong button on the light. I'm just letting you know. But otherwise, let's go back over to Hot Springs. And this tornado warning, again, was just updated. They are still keeping this as a radar-confirmed tornado just southeast of Hot Springs. So not entirely positive that this is still on the ground, but if you are in the warning, stay in your safe place near I-30 heading up towards Rockport and Magnet Cove. Storm is currently moving to the northeast and will be approaching Highway 270 over the next few minutes, basically paralleling I-30. The storm back over near Conway, we have a lot of divergence now. Really no area of definitive rotation anymore on this storm near Conway. I think damaging winds will be the main concern heading into Conway here pretty soon. This was a supercell that produced a strong tornado there briefly, but that is, again, pretty much fizzled here over the last few minutes. So I'm not as concerned at this point about this storm here going through Conway, but damaging winds and a little bit of hail is possible. We have a little bit of rotation back up near Clinton, approaching Fairfield Bay and Concord as well. A little mesocyclone on that near Highway 65 moving east. So we're going to continue to watch that closely. And we are, again, really only about an hour and a half away from St. Louis and the metro, starting to see some significant severe weather. The main concern should be damaging winds, but there could be a couple of tornadoes as well in that area. So let's keep an eye on that. Tornado warnings do continue. Back near Montgomery City, we actually have a small couplet now that's going to be coming up towards Montgomery City. It's not like tight, but it is enough rotation for there to be a quick little spin up tornado. So if you're Montgomery City, now is the time to be in your safe place in Missouri. Middletown, Wellsville, and Bellflower, also other areas that need to be in their safe places. And then the tornado warning near Mexico. This has become a large, just broad area of rotation. I'm not very concerned about this right now, but if you are in this area, damaging winds and an isolated spin-up tornado will still remain possible. Thank you, Super Daniel, or Deanne, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Also, thank you, Kimberly, for the Venmo donation for keeping people safe. I appreciate that. How do you get so knowledgeable? I mean, I've taken 4 years of meteorology in college, and I've also, you know, done a lot of self-teaching, watched the Weather Channel a bunch, just a bunch of, you know, stuff. I've been doing this for a long time. I mean, I've been doing live streams, you know, in general for about 5 years. Nationwide, I've been doing them for about 3 years now. So. Thank you, Jessica, for the super chat. Love the addition of Riley. I feel like I learn something new every time he says an update. That's good to hear. Appreciate the super chat. And for those that are not already aware, again, Riley is now working for me pretty much full time. So we'll be having him on pretty much every stream that is out there. And he'll also be storm chasing on some of the lower end days that are more in the Midwest. So kind of exciting. All right, we do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is going to be across eastern Missouri and western Illinois. They have outlined an area where QLCS tornadoes and damaging wind gusts will persist into the evening hours. And they also have outlined 2 areas of our greatest risk for both damaging winds and tornadoes, one of which is south of Rolla, and then also one that's off to the north of Jefferson City. So make sure that you're staying weather aware if you're in these areas. This is the main area to watch. Generally, this entire region will have a threat for severe weather here over the next few hours. They have downgraded the peak or the most probable peak intensity for tornadoes. It was between 120 to 150, I believe. It's now down to 130. So we're talking more about, some tornadoes. The strong tornado threat is still there. It's just a bit lower. Damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour, and then golf ball sized hail is also a possibility. This is our latest radar scan on our confirmed tornado warning southeast of Hot Springs. And I don't think this is on the ground, but if it is, it's going to be coming up on Magnet Cove here pretty soon. This will probably continue as a tornado warning for Magnet Cove in Benton. So if you're back up in Benton or Magnet Cove, have that tornado action plan ready to go. And make sure that you have ways to receive warnings, as we're probably going to get a new tornado warning on this supercell. It's been rotating quite a bit here as of lately. There's been a slight attempt of rotation trying to increase here back over east of Hot Springs, but that rotation's still broad. We need to watch this storm for the Little Rock area. I'll draw a better polygon. It's more going towards the northwest side of Little Rock, but this supercell here could become a problem for Mayflower. We already had a tornado west of Mayflower not long ago from the storm that's now in Conway, but this one could become tornadic again. We'll have to wait and see, but the velocities are still on the broad side of things. We do have a little hook that's formed on the cell and still an inflow, so it has a chance. We'll see. Not as confident that that one's going to produce, but we'll see. Thank you, B, for the super chat. Thank you for covering Northeast Missouri. No problem at all. We are covering the pretty much entire Midwest and back into the Mississippi River Valley today. Strong area of rotation currently approaching Montgomery City in Missouri. Again, this is your classic kind of QLCS tornado that usually is embedded in a line of thunderstorms. And we are watching for a potential tornado to move through Montgomery City over the next few minutes and then eventually moving through Middletown.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have issued a new tornado warning. This will be for Garland, Hot Spring, and Saline counties in Arkansas. I believe this is an extension. Yeah, that's going to be an extension. So Benton, Magnet Cove, Lonsdale, as well as Traskwood and outside of Toll, you are now included in a new tornado warning. You need to get to your safe place immediately, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This storm has had again, a radar confirmed tornado. I don't think we've had a tornado here, but if we have one, it would be coming up on the west side of I-30. It's going to be basically paralleling this interstate going to Magnet Cove and Lonsdale. There are cameras that are near I-30 that I'm going to see if we have a view of anything on now. But again, this is just outside of Rockport as well for reference. The skies are definitely getting darker. This is a live shot on the iDrive Arkansas camera. This is back over here in the tornado warning just west of Rockport, right along I-30. And you can see it's very ominous skies right now, very dark out there. We go back over to a little bit further north. We also see from another perspective, very ominous skies off to the right side of your screen. We'll probably have a better shot of the storm here pretty soon. Can't really clearly see anything right now. But we are keeping an eye on those cameras in case there is something there. Tornado damage at the new DeRoche Fire Department. I don't know if that's confirmed. If anybody sees any reports, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX as well. Here are all the tornado reports that we've had. Riley talked about this. It's kind of funny to look at this though, because so far we've had no tornado reports in our tornado risk area, but we've had one in Montana. So it's pretty interesting so far, the reports we've had. Now, we've had other tornadoes. We've at least, they just haven't updated this. There have been tornadoes in Missouri. We've already had 3 or 4 that we've had visual of, and we've had them on the stream today. But no tornado reports right now so far in Missouri or Arkansas. Again, we've probably had about, I'd say 5 or 6 tornadoes so far. We at least had 3 in Missouri. We've apparently had 1 in Montana and then 1 here in Arkansas. So we're up to a 5 or 6. That number will probably keep climbing here. Again, the tornado threat is still going to be elevated for the next few hours as we have a lot of wind shear. All right, latest radar scan on our tornado warning cell here east of Hot Springs. The rotation has gotten a little bit broader over the last few minutes. It's going to be coming up on Magnet Cove, Nance, Lonsdale, and eventually just basically, again, paralleling I-30. So if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, but the rotation is at least a little bit broader for the time being. The storm near Conway might be trying to cycle. We are starting to see a little bit of an area of convergence now over Conway, and we are starting to see that rain out in front of it clear out a little bit. This is opening the door for a bit of an inflow notch, and if we're able to get that, we could get a tornadic storm at some point in the near future for Holland, Mount Vernon, and Rosebud, Arkansas. So keep an eye on this storm here just north of Little Rock. Rotation back near Greenbrier has been broad for quite some time and is heading up towards Rosebud and Heber Springs, but actively not a really significant tornado threat for right now. Why is everybody saying Yahoo in the chat? What happened? Thank you, Beverly, for becoming a member. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below and also make sure to click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest videos and live streams. Again, we'll be live here with commercial-free coverage for the next several hours, so make sure you are subscribed. We'll keep you posted with the latest on this. I don't know if it's really a tornado outbreak quite yet, but it is at least a severe weather outbreak here across Missouri, Arkansas, Oklahoma. We've had a ton of damage reports and lots of wind reports. I mean, they're everywhere. So this has already been a very significant day of severe weather when it comes to wind. We've had at least a few tornadoes so far, and we are expecting this threat to continue as we get closer to the sunset hours as well. All right, can we stop saying Yahoo in the chat? I don't know why we were saying Yahoo. Hey, so on Twitter, if you guys aren't already following me on Twitter or Facebook, you should be at MaxVelocityWX. So I just tweeted this out. We have 1 tornado report today in Montana. All right, and Jordan Hall replies, "This doesn't count." That we had a large tornado literally at about 11. Was this, or was this one? This was about 1:30. We had a large tornado back over in, I can't remember the name. It was north of Jefferson City, though. This was a sizable tornado. If you go back to the very beginning of this live stream, we had a large tornado, and it was really on the ground for like 2 or 3 minutes. But this was a tornado, and we've had damage reports as well from this tornado as well. But that was a sizable tornado. Also, the confirmed tornado warning still ongoing for 12 more minutes. They'll probably cancel that since we don't think there's a tornado anymore. Rotation itself has become a lot broader over the last few minutes, moving into Magnet Cove, Lonsdale, and Benton. Thank you, DK, for the super chat. I just donated $10 to say Yahoo. Guys, what is? I don't understand why we're all saying Yahoo. Is my real name Max? No, my name is not Max. No, it actually is. My name is Billy. It is Max. All right, rotation is starting to increase just a smidge right now near Conway. We have a little bit more rotation. It's very weak and broad, but this is something to still watch for. We got a little hook and an inflow right now right over Conway. Let's see if there are cameras in Conway. I'm actually curious to see if we have a structure shot of this. I think we might be able to see a wall cloud or something. Wow, look at this. Is in Conway on the iDrive Arkansas camera. It is very ominous. Currently in Conway, very dark skies. Top left of your screen would be, if we had a wall cloud, it'd be up there somewhere. It is very ominous here in the Conway area. Yeah, man, it's really dark. Jeez. Most of these cameras are showing really dark POVs. This is looking at the storm right now near Conway. I don't see like a definitive wall cloud or a lowering or anything, but storm is moving in. This is looking westbound. The wind is beginning to pick up a little bit. We got some damaging wind potential with this storm. Thank you, Ryan, for the super chat. Have I ever done weather coverage that has gone through my location? I have. My mother-in-law is in Magnet Cove, and their news says there was for sure a tornado on the ground. That's interesting. I don't really know. I really kind of thought that was clear air contamination. Wow, this storm looks crazy. Look at this right here. You can see it's very hard to see, but that right there is the leading edge of our storm here. The large rain shaft that is coming in. This is again near Conway. It is again very ominous and dark. Again on the iDrive Arkansas camera. This is a storm that may also have a potential tornado threat here soon. The velocities have increased a little bit. Winds will probably be pretty strong here in Conway. Yeah, warning right now is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There is a tornado possible label on this. Look at camera exit 128. Where's exit 128? This 127. 127. This is 128. The winds are pretty strong right here. And the visibility has dropped to basically 0. That was fast. The visibility has dropped to 0 here. Jeez. I mean, that dropped really fast. The winds are probably going to be pretty strong here, too. I honestly like this view, though. It really at least shows the storm. This is another view at mile marker 131. Back over in, this is over in Nixa, Missouri for Brett on Twitter. This is a look at some of the hail that we saw. Actually, quite a bit of hail. That's a lot of hail for these storms. There's a lot of hail on the ground there not long ago. This is back over
A
south
new
of
tornado
Springfield.
warning has been issued.
But that hail was probably right around jelly bean sized hail, maybe a little bit larger than that, around cheese curd sized hail. I'm trying to be in the Easter spirit and say that that was jelly bean sized hail. We do have a brand new tornado warning. This will be for Vandalia, New London, New Canton, and Barrie. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Actually, Connor's not far from this. He's going towards that. We'll keep an eye on him. He's going to be bottom middle of your screen. We'll be keeping a close eye on him. Where is Kopic right now? Let's go to Brandon Kopic. Kopic is in Montgomery City. He's actually on this tornado warning. Listening to Brandon. He's on this tornado warning near Montgomery City. Shout out Sandy with the $20 Venmo. I appreciate that. Can't really see much right now. If we had a tornado, it might be rain wrapped. This is our QLCS tornado threat. Hey, Corey, Brucon, a member. Welcome to the Velocities.
You loop it, it looks like a hurricane. It's like wrapping around itself. Oh yeah, you're right. It's like a fucking vortex thing.
Jeez, I did not realize you guys.
Give me 1 second, guys. I'm just trying to. I need to order myself food because I am going to starve otherwise. Got Brandon here for just a second. All right, we're good to go. All right, let's back to live radar here. We'll keep him bottom left of your screen again. He's right along I-70 near this tornado warning. Connor's currently coming in from the north on the other tornado warning, so we could get spit up tornadoes here going towards Hannibal, eventually going into western Illinois, but just off to the northwest of St. Louis. If you're in St. Louis, this area is really the most concerning thing that we're going to be keeping an eye on. That is going to track in the direction of St. Louis here over the next few hours, outside of Rolla and east of St. Robert. And we're in a bit of a radar hole, but it looks like there's at least some rotation still. Yeah, there's still a little bit of rotation near Salem. So these storms could still produce a tornado risk as that goes towards St. Louis. We need to continue to keep an eye on that. Also, rotation is, it looks like a little bit of rotation. A little bit back off to the north near Salem. There's a little area of weak rotation right now that is currently tracking into Salem over the next few minutes. It looked a bit stronger about 15 minutes ago or so. We'll have to keep an eye on that for a potential tornado risk. And then further down to the south, in and around Little Rock, we are still dealing with mostly damaging winds, but there are still a couple tornado warnings. We'll go to those in a second. Still a little bit of rotation south of Mountain View. That'll be coming up on Cushman and Guion, west of Batesville. And there's also a little area of rotation off to the north of Highway 107, tracking towards Heber Springs. The storm northeast of Conway, not really looking too concerning in terms of a tornado risk, at least for now. And west of Little Rock, we have a very impressive looking supercell, but I do think that this might be somewhat outflow driven as the velocities are not very strong. It's a very weak area of rotation. We'll continue to watch it though closely in case it does try to produce a tornado. We do still have actively a tornado warning here for those back over southwest of Little Rock near Benton. That'll go for about 30 more minutes, so until 6:45. Thank you, Marion, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. And also thank you, Brooklyn, for the super chat. How's Quincy, Illinois looking in your opinion? I honestly think most of Illinois is going to be like okay. I think really the main area to watch for would be in this general area. I'll kind of outline it like this area. I think is where our most significant threat over the next few hours will be for damaging winds and a low tornado risk. I think once we get closer to like Springfield, Peoria, and Davenport, a lot of these storms will be mostly just isolated severe weather. There could still be an isolated tornado, but the risk would be generally lower. Thank you, Starling, for the super chat. Also, Storm Watcher says, thanks for helping me through the DFW area storms. I'm glad I can help. How's the Lake City documentary coming? We're gonna be doing a Lake City tornado documentary, I think, once we get closer to quieter time. We'll probably do something like that in the middle or end of May, if I had to guess. Whenever the weather gets at least a little quieter, which I don't know if it will be. It could be active for a while, but it'll hopefully we'll have a little quiet period where we can upload it in. It'll be on our second channel, More Max Velocity. It won't be on the main channel, but we'll post the links and we'll promote it on the main channel whenever it comes out. The severe thunderstorm warning for Pike in Rawls County in Missouri and Pike County in Illinois was just upgraded. It is up to now 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. It is an observed threat near Canton, Quincy, and Pike counties. Sorry, Quincy, Canton, and Hannibal. But it should be mostly wind up there in Quincy. Thank you, Amanda, for becoming a member. Let me go back and see if we have any camera views back over in Arkansas. Let's go back down to that tornado warning. We actually might have a view of the storm now. Let me check. Right along I-30. It's tracking up towards Benton right now. See if we can see a wall cloud or anything. There are a couple cameras coming up in Benton. I'm keeping a close eye on them. There is some ominous skies there coming up on Benton, Arkansas. We have a slight bit of tightening on, it's not really that tight, but there's a little bit of tighter rotation on this latest scan now on the west side of I-30. So if you're in Benton, Arkansas, again, you got a couple minutes, but you want to be in your safe place here within the next few minutes as this storm's tracking right up into Benton and it could drop a tornado at any time. Huge shout out to Martin with the very generous $50 super chat. Here's to cover your DoorDash during the live stream. They should sponsor you. Upcoming graduation. Thanks for also covering the storm system. I appreciate that. And thank you for the super chat. The DoorDash was like $23, but I do appreciate that. I got a strawberry banana smoothie again, and I got chicken tenders. Please feed poor Riley. I don't have to feed Riley. Bro is literally eating a 20-ounce ribeye right now. That's why he hasn't been on stream in like 30 minutes. Someone tell Queso. I have no clue where Queso lives, but hopefully he's not too close to any of these storms. Really, our main storm is the one near Benton. This one could get interesting west of Little Rock. I mean, it has that look to it. It's just it does not appear as if it is fully organizing right now. Let me see if we can go velocities a little bit more aloft. Yeah, if you look at the rotation aloft, like there's definitely probably at least some sort of mid-level rotation, maybe even a little, wall cloud or something that's trying to form here. But I don't think there's an active tornado here. No filet mignon, guys. I gotta be honest, I have not had like a good, decent meal in so long. Like every time we have these outbreaks, you can never eat like decent meals. It's always like really quick, stuff. So, thank you, Jenks, for the super chat. I'm a Marine stationed on the East Coast and found this channel last year. I notified my family 15 minutes before the area was leveled. Thank you. I'm glad I can help. Hopefully they're all right. I do appreciate the super chat. All right, latest radar scan. We are starting to see this storm here near I-30 ramp up quite a bit, just southwest of Benton. Stronger area of rotation come up towards Kentucky and Salem, traveling right up I-30. There are a couple cameras that'll be coming up in this area here over the next few minutes. We're keeping an eye on those to see if we can spot anything. Currently, though, this storm has definitely gotten a little bit more concerning. Decent amount of inflow coming to the storm and a hook echo, and that'll be tracking right up towards Benton over the next few minutes. So if you're in Benton, Arkansas, now's the time to be in your safe place. This thing is definitely ramped up a little bit here over the last few minutes. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning just outside of St. Louis. So if you're tuning in from the St. Louis area, now's the time to be ready for severe weather here over the next hour. Damaging winds is the main concern with this storm, currently up to 70 miles per hour. There is a tornado possible label on this. So we are still monitoring a threat for tornadoes. Again, we could get some little kinks in this line. Basically, what we'd be talking about with this line of thunderstorms is if we can get these like little notches to kind of form, like these little kinks, inflow notches, there could be a slightly more elevated tornado risk. I do think one thing that might slightly limit our tornado risk is the amount of rain that's kind of falling even out in front of this line. Very light drizzle that might not be reaching the ground, but that could also impact these storms just a little bit as they move into the St. Louis metro area. Our tornado warnings do continue northwest of St. Louis. Still some rotation near Bowling Green, moving into Louisiana, and a little bit of rotation also tracking in the direction of New Canton, which is just west of Pittsfield, going towards I-72. Also, Barry and Hannibal still in the path of that. I know we have some people watching from Quincy and Mendon as well, and Camp Point. Generally, right now, we are talking about just some damaging winds. I don't see much of a tornado risk as of right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning. This one's been issued in Arkansas. This will be for Pike. Oh, nope, that's the wrong place. This will be for Lonoke, Faulkner, and as well as Pulaski counties in Arkansas. Which will pop up in a moment. All right, that's actually northwest of Little Rock. So they have issued a new tornado warning on this. On the northwest side of Little Rock, this will be for those in Mayflower and as well as Mameli, going towards Vilonia, south of Conway. So if you are in this warning, you got to get to your safe place immediately. You get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a pretty populated area here, just on the northwest side of Little Rock. There could be a wall cloud with this. Again, the mid-level rotation was much stronger. The low-level rotation has been on the weaker side of things. I'm currently keeping an eye on the traffic cams here because that would be our best shot of seeing something. But this definitely is an organized supercell, and it could definitely produce a tornado at some point here soon. So you need to be taking this warning seriously. It's a discrete supercell, and these are the kind of ones that most commonly do produce tornadoes. This is actually a view right now from the Cantrell interchange on Highway 10. And you can actually see the lowering right there. So that would be our lowering out in the distance. Some scud cloud activity there. That would be where we're watching for a potential tornado out of this storm. It's not organized yet, but it's definitely going to try to organize here soon. This is, again, looking westbound just outside of Little Rock. So a little bit of scud cloud there. Could get a tornado as this continues to move on the northwest suburb side there of Little Rock. I don't know if there's officially only one report. Did you see the video by Storm Chaser Jordan Hall? Yeah, we were live when it happened. You go back to the first like 2 minutes of today's stream, that tornado happened while we were live. We literally began the stream again with a tornado on the ground. This is the second day in a row we've begun a stream with a tornado on the ground, which I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but we don't usually start streams with a tornado on the ground. We usually go live before it happens. All right, this is now moving over the mountain. It might become a little bit harder to see now. This is, again, a storm that is trying to ramp up near Little Rock, near Mameli. But there is definitely a lowering there, so we need to keep an eye on this. Trying to see if we have any other camera views coming up that look westbound. Yeah, here's another good shot. This is going to be over near Mameli. This is on west of Crystal Hill Road on the iDrive Arkansas camera. Again, a large, scuddy, kind of raggedy lowering. It's not very organized. Once we see something a bit more concrete here, we'll definitely know if the tornado threat's ramping up. The velocities on radar at the surface are still pretty weak, but aloft, they're definitely on the stronger side of things. But we definitely have, I mean, that would probably be the area of interest right there where I point the arrow. Yeah, the Little Rock has cam, I don't think we can use. That's like a news station camera. All the people driving right now towards this tornado warning. I know a lot of these people have to kind of drive towards where they're trying to go home to, but a lot of people currently driving in the direction of where this wall cloud is here northwest of Little Rock. Let me go back to radar and let's see what it looks like right now. Pretty solid shot of the storm. And if we had a tornado, it'd be over here near Natural Steps and Pinnacle. But again, I'm not really seeing much in terms of rotation. The velocities, in my opinion, are still fairly broad at the surface. They have been stronger aloft, which, again, is an indicator of at least mid-level rotation, which is why we have a wall cloud forming. And you can actually see pretty strong rotation back over near North Point. So there's definitely some strong rotation aloft. I don't think it's as strong, though, near the surface. Also, heads up, if you're in Benton, we still have a strong area of rotation heading into town here over the next few minutes. If you're in Benton, Arkansas, now is the time to be in your safe place as this storm rolls in here over the next few minutes. Let's go back to that wall cloud shot here, northwest of Little Rock. You can clearly see it's a large area of a large lowering here. Looking westbound on the interstate just north of Little Rock. Going to be moving into Maumelle, I think it was, in Arkansas. Still a large wall cloud. Don't see any tornado here, but there's a large lowering. Maumelle, thank you. We'll talk about St. Louis in a few minutes. We'll get to that. Nothing imminent in St. Louis, but we are going to see damaging winds and a low tornado risk here in the next hour. Connor is... Something happened on Connor's stream. I don't know if he just drove away from it.
Any luck, this one will be flooded too.
Go back a few seconds.
Where I need them.
Yeah, so Connor just a moment ago came up on a flooded roadway over here near Newark, Missouri.
Where I need them. Yeah, like
That's what it looked like a moment ago. This is also inside of just outside of a tornado warning.
All right. Not a fan of you, buddy.
All right. He's also a low signal. But yeah, again, a large wall cloud here moving through the northwest suburbs of Little Rock. Going back to live radar here. This is the storm. It's northwest of Little Rock. We've been talking about this one for a while. It's not been really that impressive with the surface-based rotation. It's been stronger aloft. I don't know if this is going to get to the ground, but this definitely has a potential to do so near Maumelle, and it's going to be moving through Mayflower and then eventually going towards Valonia. It's west of Cabot and Austin. All the way back up in St. Louis right now, we are talking more about a significant wind risk that is moving through Wentzville and Troy within the next 15 minutes. If you're back up in St. Louis, keep an eye on the skies here and make sure that you're staying weather aware, because I do think the tornado risk is going to start to increase a little bit as we get closer to around 7 to 8 o'clock in the St. Louis metro area. Again, we're not talking about a high risk by any means. It's just a low-end risk for an isolated tornado or two as this line of thunderstorms continues to push into your area. If we can maintain anything that's a little bit more semi-discreet, the tornado threat would be slightly more elevated when it comes to a strong tornado threat. So I'll be keeping an eye on that. Also, severe thunderstorm warning back down near Shreveport in Marshall, Texas. $half size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds happening down there. Just throwing that out there because I know that we have some viewers from that area. Latest scan, we might have a little bit of a tightening trying to happen over Maumelle. So the rotation might now be trying to tighten.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The new tornado warning is going to be for Saline, Faulkner, and as well as Pulaski counties. That's going to be an extension of the tornado warning, I believe, near Benton, and it is. Little Rock, you're in a tornado warning now. So if you are in Little Rock, Arkansas, you got to be in your safe place away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Bryant, Salem, you are also included in this tornado warning. This is a live shot on the storm northwest of Little Rock right now. We still have a large lowering. It's now behind the tree line. But again, there could be a tornado trying to drop right now. The velocities have increased a little bit here over the last couple of minutes on radar. Keeping an eye on the other camera, though, because, again, this storm might be about to drop a tornado. Waiting for the next scan. It's going to be crossing over I-40 in the next few minutes near Morgan. Wow, this is a live shot right now from Mameli, or just north of Mamel, I mean. That's a look right now at this supercell with a large lowering. It's a pretty close view of it. Not seeing a definitive area of rotation or even a funnel cloud right now, but this is a huge wall cloud on the iDrive Arkansas camera. That might be the area that we need to watch for. Little kind of bowl coming down a little bit. It's very small, so it's not for certain, but that might be the area that we're looking at for a potential tornado here, just northwest of Little Rock. Not very definitive. If we had a tornado, though, it might be trying to form right there in the middle right. This is, again, the storm that's northwest of Little Rock near Mamel. Looking westbound on the iDrive Arkansas camera. What's the probability of Dayton, Ohio getting a tornado? Ohio is once again not in the risk of severe weather today. Now it looks like this area is just spinning a little bit. Let's go back over to radar. This is our latest scan. If we have a tornado, once again, it would be coming up on Morgan right now. Going towards Getry Corner. Waiting for the velocities to update. The storm southwest of Little Rock right now, the hook is right now over Benton. It's going to take a little bit of time until this is actually producing a tornado, or is in the Little Rock area, excuse me. It could produce a tornado at any time, but it's going to take a few minutes until it's actually in Little Rock. But again, if you're in Little Rock, definitely be ready to go to your safe place or start getting there now. You probably got about 5 minutes or so until this thing's really starting to enter into the town. So again, you should get there as soon as possible, but unless it's an emergency, you got a couple minutes. This is back to Morgan at exit 142, again, northwest of Little Rock. We are keeping a very close eye on this storm. There is a chance of a tornado. We're mainly watching this area here for a potential tornado to drop. And again, this storm has a lot of this, again, a very favorable environment still. A lot of wind shear is still available. So this thing could still drop a tornado as it moves here along I-40. It's bound to cross over near Mamel. And the wind is beginning to now pick up a little bit. So gusty winds are now starting to pick up. Got a little bit of an RFD surge coming in as well. Definitely got to be careful, by the way, if you're traveling today, if you're like a semi-truck driver, definitely be careful in the Little Rock area. We got high winds that are going to be coming in too, in addition to a potential tornado threat. Yeah, winds start to pick up a little bit more now. I don't see like a funnel or anything. Again, I think on the right side was really where we're looking for a potential tornado if we had one. The wind should pick up here in a second. I'm going to see if we can get another view of this wall cloud out in front of this. The latest radar scan has the strongest area of rotation right now over Morgan. It's again right along I-40. This is going to be going towards Olmsted. Cannon Gate Addition is also in the path of this here in the near term. It's going to be going towards Macon as well. Macon's another place that's in the path of this. Got another view here from west of Crystal Road. The little scuddy area there on the top right of your screen. I don't think that's associated with our area of rotation, but that is a little sus. We've made it to the sus hour. To me, it looks like more like a scary looking cloud, but it could be trying to form something in terms of like a wall cloud. This is the latest radar scan. Again, strongest area of rotation is going to be over Morgan. This storm's been organizing a little bit more here over the last few minutes. It's going to be coming up on Gentry Corner, Brockington Corner, Caddo, and Olmsted. So you need to be in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. Tornado warning is still ongoing for Benton. Our area of rotation is going to be is approaching Salem right now, and it'll be going to Collegeville and then eventually approaching Westbrook in the next 5 minutes. And then eventually going towards Little Rock, Arkansas. So you need to be in your safe place if you're in that tornado warning. Little update for those back up near St. Louis. We have a significant line of thunderstorms currently pushing towards St. Louis, Wentzville, and Troy. This is actively producing the threat of damaging winds as high as 70 miles per hour. We do have a couple tornado warnings still ongoing, anywhere from Eolia all the way back through Barry and New Canton. Main area of rotation is going to be near Eolia, and the other one's going to be near New Canton. These are QLCS tornadoes, so they're not nearly as concerning when it comes to a strong or even long-lived tornado threat in comparison to the ones in Arkansas that are definitely a bit more concerning when it comes to our tornado threat. All right, let me see if we have another view. Let's go back to Benton. See if there's a view of this storm near Benton right now. By the way, if you're over in Benton, if you're not, or even if you're not in Benton, but the winds right now are pretty high in the Benton area. We definitely have an RFD surge that's pushing out from our supercell, which is the rear flank downdraft. So strong winds currently are paralleling I-30, tracking up in the direction of Bryant. This is a live shot of a wall cloud right now that is formed back over near on this storm. This is the one that's heading towards Little Rock. So we got another large lowering out here in the horizon. Just to the southwest of Little Rock. So this is a live shot of the storm rolling in. Very ominous skies. Again, paralleling I-30. It's definitely looking sus here near Benton. I just said exit 114. What's that exit 114? Oh, yeah, look at exit 114. Wow, look at that shot. Very ominous skies right now. All right, I'm going to give Riley the thing for a second so I can go get my food. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So one of the things that I have been monitoring is the distance between the storm that's currently tornado warned and the one behind it. It seems like the storm behind it is actually moving quite a bit quicker than the one in front of it. And what this could do is basically bump the storm in front of it that's already close to producing a tornado and nudge it into producing a tornado. So we actually saw this quite a few times yesterday, where the forward flank of one storm would interact with the down or the rear flank downdraft at another, and it effectively strengthen the mesocyclone and produce a tornado. Unfortunately, it's timing out that right as this storm would get nudged, it'd be moving into the downtown area of Little Rock. So hopefully it either nudges before that or just doesn't nudge at all. But Yeah, it's really a concerning look. It's basically a 50-50 chance on whether or not a nudger will actually be useful in terms of tornado potential, but it is aligning in a way where it should be.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Once again, we got a pretty significant storm right now coming into Salem. Definitely damaging winds. We have a lowering on that storm. The one further off to the north, looking at least a little broader for the time being, but we still need to watch that as it goes towards the Cabot and Magnolia areas. This is another view on the iDrive Arkansas camera on exit 124, just southwest of Little Rock.
A new tornado warning
And
has
again,
been
we
issued.
do have at least somewhat of a lowering there in the middle right of your screen. There's still potential for a tornado with this as it continues to move into the Little Rock area. So you need to be in your safe place if you are in Little Rock. We have another tornado warning that has been issued in south or southern parts of Missouri. This is south of Winona. Strong area of rotation right now near Thayer, and it's going to be approaching Alton and just east of Brandsville. So if you're in this warning, you got to get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Let's go back to Little Rock, and we're going to stay here. Let me go to... We're going back to this exit 124 cam and see if we can see anything here as the storm rolls through. While I'm doing that, I have to get a straw. Thank you to whoever fan mailed me 100 straws, because guess what? This time, DoorDash did not give me a straw for my smoothie. So it's actually going to come in handy today. Whoever fan mailed me 100 straws. Big W in the chat for whoever did send them to me. I swear, I don't know why, but DoorDash never sends me a straw. I don't get it. It's like a 50% chance of getting a straw. I literally have to put it on my order for Wawa, like a single-use straw, yes, and they still don't give it to me. All right, let me go back to here. Let's see if there's another view of this. All right, we got a new radar scan coming in. We'll see what the velocities look like on radar. As of right now, there is no confirmed tornado here, but we are still watching at least a lowering on this storm. This is the latest scan. Yeah, if we have a tornado, it would be near Salem right now. So if we have a tornado, it's going to be near Salem, and it'll be coming up towards I-430 over the next few minutes. And then it will eventually track towards Little Rock. Little Rock is about 14 minutes out from this particular storm. This is a very ominous shot. This is from Vimy Ridge. And right here will be where we're looking for a potential tornado, which, again, we can't see it from this angle. But this is a large area of dark skies. Our mesocyclone's probably back tucked into the corner there beyond that tree line. Let me see if we have another view. That was in Vimy Ridge. I'm just trying to find if we can get a clear view of this wall cloud. This is probably the closest one. This is Bryant Parkway, exit 124 on the iDrive Arkansas camera. But I think if we have a tornado, it's going to be tucked back beyond the trees there. We have some scud cloud here in the middle, but that's not going to be where our tornado is. It would be back on the right somewhere if we have one. Let's see. Do that. All right. The latest radar scan on this tornado warning cell, it appears as if our main area of rotation would be near Salem, but the velocities have gotten quite a bit broader over the last few minutes. We might have a wall cloud again. The rotational loft has been pretty strong with all these storms today, at least in the mid-levels. You can see that clearly over Salem. We have pretty strong mid-level rotation on the velocities. But the one thing that has been hurting most of these storms is at least the surface-based rotation has not been as strong. Even the northern supercell here, just north of Little Rock, is also producing that same type of rotation. But the surface-based rotation's been a bit of a struggle today. I do want to point out, though, the latest scan near Gentry Corner and as well as Olmsted, we do have a pretty strong inflow, and the hook has gotten more organized, and it looks like the velocities have upticked quite a bit on this storm in the last few minutes. So we may have a tornado trying to drop right now near Caddo. It's going to be going towards Barger Addition and as well as Canongate Addition over the next few minutes. If you're in this warning, you got to be in your safe place in case this does drop a tornado. If we have one, it'd be over the north side of Caddo, going to Olmsted, and then eventually tracking again towards Candidate Edition or Cangate Edition. Little Rock storm, though, is continuing to look more like a wind threat for the time being. Let's see if we can get another camera view of this. I just wish we had a camera facing west. All right, there is a camera coming up that's going to be looking west. That'll have a good view if the storm keeps going. All right. Thank you, Hoop, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Also, once again, another supercell is trying to rotate back over near Malvern in Arkansas. A little area of rotation, a little mesocyclone. I wouldn't be surprised if this got tornado warning. I'd give it like a 60% chance in the next 15 minutes. It's a bit smaller than our other storms, but it is, again, still in a favorable environment just east of I-30. That'll be tracking up towards Little Rock here pretty soon, so we'll keep an eye on that. We do have a little supercell also near Pangburn that is moving in the direction of 167, but that one, in my opinion, is not concerning for a tornado risk. We still have a tornado warning in southern Missouri near Thayer, and that one's still rotating. Nothing confirmed on that for now. Going towards Alton and eventually towards Winona. And then if you're back over in St. Louis, we got significant storms heading your way. Again, mainly a damaging wind risk as of right now, but there is a potential for a tornado out of this line of storms as it does continue to push in the direction of St. Louis, and it's about to move through Wentzville. It looks like we have a couple little areas of very weak rotation coming up on the radar site here near Lake St. Louis and New Mel. So wouldn't be surprised if we got a spin up tornado in here, and that might prompt a tornado warning, but I'd say the chances of that are on the lower side of things. We do still have a tornado warning in Illinois, and this is going to be for Pike County in Illinois, just east of Hannibal, and the rotation right now is over near New Canton, and that's coming up on Griggsville. So still have some rotation on that storm. Let's go back over to Little Rock and check back in on these storms. The latest radar scan still showing a large hook echo, strong inflow, but the rotation again near the surface is fairly weak right now, just southwest of Little Rock. This will be coming up on Little Rock in the next 10 minutes. So if you're in the southwest side of Little Rock, now you got to be in your safe place in case this does drop a tornado. If you're in downtown Little Rock, you have a couple of minutes, but I would be making your way to the safe place as soon as possible in case this thing is producing a tornado. Which again, we don't have anything confirmed as of right now, but once we have something confirmed, we'll obviously let you know. And by the way, it's not rush hour, but it's not far from it. There are a lot of people driving right now. So just kind of something to throw out there. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people driving
A
out
new
here.
tornado warning has been issued.
It makes it a little bit more concerning with how many people are driving on the roadways. New tornado warning for Adams County in Illinois. That is going to be near Quincy, actually. So just south of Quincy, we have a brand new tornado warning for Payson and Clanton. Connor Croft, bottom middle of your screen, is about 2 miles from that rotation. New tornado warning, though, for Clanton, just south of Camp Point. If you're in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. That is going to be tracking up towards Clayton over the next few minutes. My cat is hiding in the bathroom. He knows what's happening. Yeah, that's sometimes what cats do. I have a cat. All right, Riley has an update on a tornado that happened yesterday. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So we did see a bunch of tornadoes yesterday, but only one has been added to the official damage assessment toolkit. It was an EF1 tornado that occurred in Ada, Oklahoma. The top wind speed was 88 miles an hour, and it hit a strip mall. And this is a pretty low quality picture of that strip mall, but you can see all the broken glass that was associated with the winds of the tornado. We should see another 6 or 7 tornadoes confirmed tomorrow at the absolute, or from yesterday at the absolute minimum, but they just haven't added them yet.
Thank you for the update. So yeah, there was a bunch of tornadoes yesterday. So far, that is the only tornado that we've actually had confirmed. But again, there were plenty of tornadoes yesterday, and there were some also in North Texas. So we will probably end up seeing some more here pretty soon. Yeah, so that's literally the only tornado so far added, but we'll have some more at some point, probably in the near future. All right, if you're just tuning in, again, we do have tornado warnings right around Little Rock, Arkansas. If you have any friends or family here, make sure that they're aware of the situation, and feel free, again, to share the stream with them. We're providing commercial-free weather coverage. We'll keep you posted if anything does drop here. Again, so far, there's not been anything confirmed. The rotation, in my opinion, has at least been somewhat broader over the last few minutes. Tornado Pagey has a good view. Where? I don't even know where she is.
My Nightbot has a command that says, "Chat, we have kidnapped."
This is Tornado Pagey. I might have missed something. She's in Thayer, Missouri. Actually, she's on the other tornado warning. Let me go back a second and see.
I was like doing Pilates back there. Jeez.
That was the store back up near Thayer, Missouri a few moments ago. That's on the tornado warning cell.
Good view. Not gonna lie.
That was just a few moments ago in Thayer, Missouri. Again, that's a tornado warning cell right now.
I'm holding on.
It's right. It's literally along the Arkansas-Missouri border.
Oof. Well, I was.
I think she's trying to videotape it. I don't think it's. I think she was doing it from the back of the truck or something. We'll put her on the bottom right of your screen. Not her. What is it? There we go. All right, she's bottom right. Also, a little heads up, that storm back down near Malvern in Arkansas, that one has broader rotation now. Not nearly as concerned about that storm. Once again, if you're in Little Rock, now is the time to be in your safe place. If we have a tornado, it would be on the northwest side of Alexander, approaching Westbrook right now, and that'll eventually go through Little Rock. So again, you need to be in your safe place now if you are in the Little Rock area. The storm has had a history of a large wall cloud, but we know that for sure. We've seen some imagery of a wall cloud with this storm, but we just don't know if there's actually a tornado. Again, velocities on radar have not really prompted anything that looks tornadic at this point. I think more than anything, this is a wind concern, but there could still be a potential for maybe a brief spin up. It doesn't look as organized, though, as like 20 or 30 minutes ago when it was back down near Benton. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for the Little Rock area. That'll be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. There are some cases where they do issue these warnings, and essentially what they'll do is cancel the tornado warning for that given storm. So we'll see if they do that, because I don't think there's enough here to keep this warning going, but we'll see what happens. Also, they have just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Ward, Beebe, and Cabot. That is also for 70-mile-per-hour winds. But look at this. We actually got a little couplet right now that could be dropping a tornado coming into Barger Addition and eventually going into Ridge Crest and Camelot Acres. So we may have a tornado dropping on this storm. That's actually a legitimate couplet. The one that's back over near Little Rock is not nearly as definitive, but that one actually is rotating. Like, we actually have a legit couplet there that's formed. So we could get a brief tornado out of that as it moves towards Cabot. But that tornado warning expires in 5 minutes. The one southwest and in Little Rock does expire in 20 minutes. So that will go until 7 o'clock and 7:15 respectively. They did cancel the northern tornado warning, which I do not understand. We literally have a little couplet there. I mean, there's no tornado right now, but that could drop a brief tornado there near Otto. And they just let the warning, they just canceled the warning. So that's interesting. I feel like that should stay in place. We'll see what the latest radar scan shows, but they canceled the tornado warning here near Cabot. for the velocities to update here. If we have a tornado, it'd be just to the on the northwest side there of Cannon Gate Addition. We'll give it a second. Also, they just canceled a tornado warning for Little Rock, so both warnings have been canceled, which is not surprising given that they issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for that storm and they didn't even put a tornado possible label on it. So good news for Little Rock. You can get out of your safe place and you're fine in terms of the tornado threat, but keep in mind that 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds are still likely.
A new tornado warning has been issued,
Which means that if you're in Little Rock, we are still talking about a significant wind risk that is going to be moving through Little Rock. Again, considerable threat for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. And we have a tornado, I think. Hey, Riley, double check that. Southeast of Otto, we have a tornado, I believe, in progress that's not currently warned. South of Funston, this is a couplet right over our reflectivity. That might be a significant tornado, actually. And yeah, this is a tornado. So there's currently an unwarned tornado right now in Arkansas that's going to be coming up on Kamala Acres and Ridgecrest. Debris signature right here, and that's going to be coming up again into this area. It will eventually go towards BB and McRae over the next few minutes as well. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, it most certainly is a tornado, and we are really close to the radar site, so the velocities on the velocities are probably really, really accurate in terms of how strong it is close to the ground, and this should be a PDS tornado warning based off those velocities.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So, again, this is not even warned right now, and we've been talking about it for a few minutes. The couplet's been developing, and we definitely have a tornado in progress coming up on Camelot Acres and Ridgecrest right now, north of Little Rock. You got to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in this general area. I know there's no warning right now, but if you have any friends or family that are in this area just north of Little Rock, please make sure that they are getting to their safe place and that they are aware that there is a current tornado in progress that does not have an active tornado warning. It's just a severe thunderstorm warning for this area, and this is likely a significant tornado. The latest velocity signature, or sorry, the latest reflectivity signature is showing a little debris ball there near 107, and you can see on the correlation coefficient that there is debris that is being lofted up into the atmosphere. Keep in mind that something like this is probably going to be on the stronger side of things with today's environment, with how strong the wind shear is. And so currently the velocities just going away from the radar are being measured at over 70 miles per hour. So I'd find it hard to believe that this is not at least an EF1 type, maybe even an EF2 type tornado that's currently going towards Camelot Acres and will be approaching Highway 5 in El Paso. But again, this is virtually an unwarned tornado. There's absolutely no warning on this, and there needs to be. This is currently ripping through areas near 107 and will be coming up on Camelot Acres over the next few minutes. And eventually McDermott Addition and Mountain Springs are in the path of this tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So they have issued a new tornado warning on this. I don't understand why it's only radar indicated, but nonetheless, there is a tornado warning on this for those north of Warsaw. And so they have continued a tornado warning. Camelot Acres is also in the path of this. It's also heading in the direction of Anatoch and as well as Essex and Arkansas and eventually towards Searcy. This is a tornado in progress. It is not radar indicated. It is confirmed. I don't know why. I feel like both today and yesterday we've had a bunch of tornadoes and they just have not been upgraded. But this is a confirmed tornado that is currently heading right into Camelot Acres near Highway 319, and it'll be attracting the McDermott Addition over the next few minutes. So you need to be in your safe place if you're in that warning. The Little Rock storm, I don't see anything concerning there, by the way. I don't see anything rotating at this point. It's mainly a damaging wind threat, but we'll keep an eye on it in case something happens like with this storm. I mean, to be honest, this storm looked dead about 5-10 minutes ago, and then all of a sudden we got this area of convergence that formed, and that has now led to a potentially significant tornado that is currently tracking towards Camelot Acres. Huge shout out to Donuts with a very generous super chat. Thank you for everything you guys do and keeping people safe. I appreciate that, and thank you for the super chat. Okay, this is a significant tornado. The debris signature is even larger and more significant than before. This is easily a strong tornado right now going into Camelot Acres near McDermott Addition. The latest CC drop is even larger, and you can't even see the pixels. That's how significant of a tornado this currently is right now. I'm going to show you. I'm going to try to get this other radar site on here. So this is what it looks like right now. This is another view of it. Just off to the west of Camelot Acres. This right here is where your debris signature is. If we look at the CC drop, look at that thing. That is a significant tornado right now in progress coming up on Camelot Acres. Possibly at least a strong tornado. It might even be on the larger side of things. Coming up on the Camelot Acres area, easily a strong tornado. This should be a PDS tornado warning. That is a big debris signature right now that is coming up on the McDermott Edition. That is a debris ball on radar. And again, this hasn't even been upgraded confirmed. It's definitely a tornado. And going towards El Paso, Anachoche, and as well as Essex over the next few minutes. See if there's any cameras up here near Cabot. Hey, Riley, can you check Arkansas traffic cams and see if you see anything on that interstate? And significant tornado currently in progress off to the north of Little Rock. This is right now near Camelot Acres. It's going to be coming up into McDermott Edition over the next couple of minutes. Let me get a little call out here. So just north, it's going to be going right into Camelot Acres, which we have the Indian Lakes Resort that is currently in the path of this. Also, the Arkansas Exotics store is also near where this tornado is. The debris signature is still significant. This is a major tornado right now in progress. This needs to be PDS. We have a significant tornado right now in progress. That debris signature is even larger than before. Going to be going right over Highway 5 here over the next couple of minutes near McDermott Edition. It's going to be approaching Opal and eventually tracking towards El Paso and as well as Anachoche and Essex. This is a significant tornado that is currently in progress moving to the northeast. Once again, another view of this just to make it a little bit more clear. Right over near Camelot Acres, they've upgraded this warning at least to observed on this storm. But you can see this is a significant tornado, very deep debris signature on this. And this is literally a debris ball that is currently approaching Cypress Airport. So the Cypress Creek Airport is about to take a direct hit from this tornado over the next few minutes. And then it will eventually go towards Highway 319. And after that, it's going to be going towards Opal. But again, this is not rain. That is literally debris that is being lifted up into the atmosphere. This is significant. Apparently, we're only 7 knots of wind away from this being considered a tornado emergency, by the way. And it's just an observed tornado, which makes no sense. This is 100% PDS levels for a tornado with how strong our velocities are and also how large the debris signature is. This is a significant tornado. Again, you don't see this very often. This is a legit debris ball here on radar. And this is just north of Little Rock. If you're just tuning in, this is a significant tornado currently in progress near Camelot Acres. The latest radar scan is coming in as we speak. But again, significant tornado currently in progress. This is 100% supposed to be a PDS tornado warning with how significant our tornado is. It's heading up towards Route 64 right now, and it will be tracking towards the Barntine corner over the next few minutes. And eventually it'll be coming up on Essex and Anachoche. McRae and Searcy are also in the path of this. Searcy is more populated. If you're in Searcy, be ready to go to your safe place. Unless you're on the southwest side of the town, you should already be in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Yeah, I mean, this needs to be... This just needs to be upgraded. Look at this is the latest scan. And again, this is near Camelot Acres. It's right now, it's about to hit the Cypress Creek Airport. So this tornado is about to directly hit that airport. This here is not hail. That is literally a tornado. That is a huge debris signature right now coming up on the Cypress Creek Airport near Highway 5. That is literally debris though. That pink, that you would think that's just rain. It's not. It's literally debris that is being lofted up into the atmosphere. And it's about to hit the Cypress Creek Airport. We have a new radar scan on here coming up in a second. Oh man, this is significant. This is such a deep debris signature. Like, you don't understand. This is A very destructive tornado right now that is moving through the McDermott Addition. It's literally hitting the Cypress Creek Airport right now. That is a huge debris signature. That is moving right through the north side of Camelot Acres. Here's another view. This is a little bit better of a gradient, so you can kind of see it better. Let me get rid of this. This is a little bit better of a gradient, so you can see. But again, that right there is all debris being lifted up into the atmosphere. The CC radar is showing, I mean, a very destructive tornado right now hitting the Cypress Creek Airport. So the Cypress Creek Airport's taking a direct hit. The U.S. Pawn and Loan Shop is also taking a direct hit from this tornado, and it's going to be coming up on a few other homes, and then it will eventually go towards U.S. Highway 64, where Roper's Restaurant is in the path of this significant tornado warning cell here. But again, this needs to be PDS, at least. This is, I'm pretty sure, on the borderline of being higher than that. They've just updated the warning, and it is still just a normal observed tornado. This is not a normal tornado, guys. This is a dangerous tornado right now, ripping through the northeast side of Camelot Acres, or Camelot Acres in Arkansas, heading out towards Essex right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Is there a camera visible or being able to see this? There is a... This is from mile marker 15. This is near I-57. This is a view right now of this tornadic storm. I believe my pen just broke. But if we have a tornado, it's gonna be back in here. This is a look at that, where that tornado would be. It would be back there. We're gonna keep an eye on that. Again, significant tornado right now going right over the McDermott Addition. That is a huge wall cloud at the bare minimum right there. I-57 at 89. I don't know where that is. I don't think that's near this. Oh, wait. No, it is. Okay, this is a look at this storm right now. This is a live shot of this tornadic supercell. And I'm not sure if that would be where our tornado... That might be where our tornado is. This is a live shot on the iDrive Arkansas camera here, just off to the east of where this tornado is. So our tornado is going to be on the tree line. Let me go back to radar. We're going to keep an eye on that. It's near the 89 interchange, which, where's 89 on this map? Back up near Cabot, right? That's north of Cabot. Oh, I see now. Okay. So yeah, that is actually looking at where our tornado is. Our tornado is definitely still down, by the way. We still have a huge debris signature right now over Highway 319. Coming up on 64 right now. This is still a significant tornado in progress. It is producing probably destructive, and it could even be producing upwards of catastrophic damage right now, heading up towards 64. Anachoch and Essex will be in the path of this over the next few minutes. You got to be in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. This should, again, be a PDS tornado warning. I have no clue why it isn't. This is a live shot. Our tornado is going to be back behind these trees now. That is where our tornado would be located, so just northwest of Cabot. So again, a very dangerous tornado that is in progress. We cannot visibly see it, it looks like, on this camera, but it is just beyond the tree line there. It's going to be underneath that base that we have hanging down. The debris signature, again, is still very significant on radar. There's a lot of debris being lifted up into the atmosphere. And also, this has just hit the Cypress Creek Airport. Let's see if we got another camera coming up here. Exit 16, apparently. That's not a view of anything. If there's any other cams, let me know. All right, here's the latest scan. Yeah, we still got a significant tornado here. This is the latest radar scan. I'm going to go ahead and go over to this radar again. Back over north of the airport now, north of Bailey Addition.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The velocities are a little bit weaker, but if you look at where our debris signature is, this is where our debris ball is, and you can still see we have a huge CC drop. So there's still actively a lot of debris in the atmosphere, and there's still likely debris being lifted up into the atmosphere right now, approaching Opal, Arkansas. This is going to be, if this tornado stays on the ground, it will be going into Essex and McRae. So if you're in Essex or McRae, you've got to be in your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a destructive tornado right now, just off to the west of Beebe and north of Austin. I do want to quickly go to our other tornado warnings because we are getting some more. We do have new tornado warnings being issued in Missouri. The main one being down here in southeastern Missouri, just to the south of Winona. Broad area of rotation is going to be coming up on Van Buren over the next few minutes. If you are in Van Buren, you should be in your safe place. That's going up towards Elsinore and just west of Grandin. All right, so you need to be in your safe place if you're in that warning. We still have a significant tornado in progress crossing right over Highway 64 right now, coming up on Essex. So this is still a significant tornado in progress, again, moving into Essex over the next few minutes. This is a photo from moments ago of this tornado, I believe. I believe this is our tornado. If not, it might be somewhere else non-condensed. James Patch just sent this in. This is the Arkansas dot traffic camera. So likely a large rain wrap tornado there. Again, visibility is going to be hard because of all these storms being high precip today. But that right there would be your tornado. Just moments ago.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And on radar, again, this is the most significant tornado I would say that we've seen in the last couple of days, just looking at the correlation coefficient drop. I mean, this is the biggest debris signature that we've had, I feel like, in the last couple of days. We have yet again another tornado warning. This one's going to be in Missouri as well for Madison, Reynolds, Iron, and Washington counties. And that's going to be over to the west of Fredericktown, going up towards Farmington, Bismarck, Iron Mountain Lake, and Ironton. So if you're in this warning, get to your safe place away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible, as that storm will be moving off to the northeast. Once again, this is north of Little Rock. We still have a significant tornado in progress, a big debris signature still approaching Essex over the next few minutes. It'll be going towards Higginson and eventually Searcy, Arkansas. Searcy, Arkansas is one of the next places in the path of this tornadic supercell if it does continue, which I think at the minimum this will continue as a supercell. It could still produce the potential for a tornado even up there towards Searcy. I'm just checking to see if we have any other view of this storm right now. All right, next view should be up near exit 35. We'll keep an eye on this. They have downgraded the warning to radar indicated. Okay. Excuse me? How is this radar indicated still? How did it get downgraded? Granted, the velocities have not been as tight over the last few minutes, but we do still actively have debris here. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, if you want to pull up my screen, I'm looking at a radar scan from about 10 minutes ago when this was a radar indicated tornado. This is debris visible going up into the air. This is a vertical profile of the storm. This blue that you see is the same blue that you see on a 2D radar map. So there was debris thrown at least 5,000 feet in the air by this tornado, if not more. I haven't found anything higher than 10,000 feet, but either way, this is probably a significant to violent tornado.
Riley, for the update. And yeah, so again, significant tornado has been in progress for the last few minutes. And over the last few minutes, we've at least noticed a downtrend in the velocities, but there is still enough there for this to still be, and again, even if there isn't a tornado right now, which again, there probably still is, but if there isn't, we still have a huge amount of debris that is still in the atmosphere that's going to be spread out. With our winds aloft being more westerly, that is going to promote more of our debris being lifted further to the east. So if you're back over in Searcy, Griffithville, Georgetown, or Bald Knob here in Arkansas, be mindful that this debris could literally end up in your yard. You might have a piece of paper, you might have a tree branch come out of the sky, a leaf, you never know. That's what this radar is essentially depicting right now, that there is debris that is just basically being lifted from west to east with this tornado. Also, as of 7:01 p.m., which is 16 minutes ago, tornado was reported via ham radio, just a delayed report, but just wanted to give you guys an idea of report that we had. Back over near Little Rock, mainly wind as of right now. Nothing really rotating in Little Rock as of right now. Let's go back up to Missouri. Still have a couple of tornado warnings in western Illinois. One near Mount Sterling, which this rotation's been broader over the last few minutes. I'm not as concerned about that. West of Rushville, we also have a tornado warning there near Mount Sterling. That is mainly going to be for wind at this point, though. Those tornado warnings will probably be canceled. Severe weather is rolling right through St. Louis right now. We got 60-mile-per-hour winds and a low tornado risk that is going to be moving through St. Charles and as well as Godfrey and Alton over the next few minutes. So be ready for some damaging winds and maybe an isolated QLCS tornado as this line continues to push to the east. We do still actively have a tornado warning for Iron Mountain Lake, Farmington, Bismarck, just outside of Fredericktown near Ironton, just to the north of Annapolis. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that tornado warning. And a little discrete cell that we have ongoing is back over near Winona. This rotation has been somewhat broader over the last few minutes, but a tornado could be in progress as this approaches Van Buren in southeastern Missouri. All right, back to our confirmed tornado, which, again, they downgrade the warning to radar indicated. I guess I'll change my screen, even though
a new tornado warning has been issued.
They have issued a new tornado warning for Independence, Jackson, and White counties in Arkansas. So this is going to be a different storm. This is actually, oh no, it is. It's actually north. So we have a new tornado warning. This will be for Newark, Tuckerman, just southwest of Swifton, near Pleasant Plains. So this is a different discrete cell that is moving to the northeast that could also produce a tornado. So you need to be in your safe place if you're in this warning, west of Diaz and west of Newport. Thank you, Crow Baby, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Also, thank you, Peter. Appreciate the very generous super chat. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we did get a official tornado report on this storm about 7:01 p.m. local time. There was a terrain spotter who reported a tornado via ham radio.
Thank you for the update. Again, this tornado is, for right now, it's back down to radar indicated. If we still had a tornado, it would be over in near Anachoche, which it might still be on the ground. We're going to see what the CC radar looks like as of 7:19. At this point, I honestly think if we have anything with this storm right now, it's probably just debris fallout. I don't know if we have a tornado anymore because the velocities have at least been weaker here over the last few minutes, but there is still enough here for the point where there will be at least some debris fallout here, which means that debris is going to probably be falling here over the next hour or so across areas near Searcy. Which, again, that could just be some branches, some like little leaves. That could also be, you know, a piece of paper that gets caught up into a tornado. We've seen it happen time and time again with these strong tornadoes. So it is possible that that's what's happening right now going towards Searcy. And Connor Croft apparently has a rainbow bottom middle of your screen, or he did. Thank you, Glitch, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Zoom out a little bit. These are our two most significant tornadic supercells right now in Arkansas. and the other one northwest of Newport. Back over to the southwest of Little Rock, there isn't really much here that is concerning for a tornado risk. We could see that increase a little bit more in the next hour, but generally speaking, not really much rotating right there as of right now. Here's our latest radar scan. Let me see if we have a traffic cam here. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I think there's an unwarned tornado near Augusta, Illinois. It's north of our tornado warning. It's east of Quincy. There's a storm chaser reporting this tornado on the ground. Once again, that is an unwarned tornado on the ground.
Thank you for the update. There is a tornado in progress, according to a storm chaser. Velocities are pretty strong as well near Augusta, Illinois. So this is an unwarned tornado that is going to be moving through Augusta and Plymouth. Velocities are slightly behind here, but that tornado would be right over Plymouth right now. So on the north side of Augusta and Illinois, this is going to be tracking towards Colchester and Macomb over the next few minutes. The velocities radar is broken here, I think. Okay. See if we can see a CC drop here from this localized radar site. I don't see it clearly. This is about 5 minutes ago, though. So we have a tornado, again, that's been reported by a storm chaser near Augusta and Plymouth. This could just be a quick, brief tornado. It might not be like a long track tornado, but we could at least have a brief tornado here. This is our QLCS tornado threat that we sometimes have. Let's take our eyes away from tornadoes just for a second, and let's admire this beautiful rainbow. That's not a rainbow.
That road that we were.
Here's the rainbow. Let's admire the beautiful rainbow for 5 seconds. PDS Rainbow Intercept here out in Newark, Missouri.
Oh my goodness. The rainbows.
W Rainbow. W for the rainbow. All right.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they have issued a new tornado warning. This is south of Macomb near Rushville. So this is east of Augusta. This is a different storm that has been tornado warned. If you are in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Again, we had a report of a tornado near Augusta that would be moving towards Colchester. The rotation right now is going to be moving right into Rushville and be tracking towards Highway 67 over the next few minutes. We also have still a little bit of rotation approaching Beardstown. They might issue a new tornado warning for this in Beardstown, Illinois, near Bluff Springs. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we did get unfortunately a report that there is a substantial amount of damage in Lonoke County. It's way up in the upper left-hand corner of the county, northwest of Cabot. That was our radar indicated tornado warning.
Thank you for the update, and that is not what you want to hear. That storm again produced significant damage, and we are at least getting reports right now in Woodlawn Edition that there is some trees blown down, but there are reports coming in now of significant damage in that area. So that is not what you want to hear. At this point, though, the rotation has at least gotten a lot broader. Again, I'm not as concerned about this storm anymore, but it did produce a significant tornado there, probably for about 10 minutes or so. It has lifted at this point. There is still some debris fallout. So, again, just be mindful if you're over in Searcy that there could be some flying debris and whatnot as that continues to move to the northeast. Let's go back over to here. And let me back up to the northern storm here. The rotation has been on the stronger side of things, approaching Oil Trough, Arkansas. That is coming up on Newark, Arkansas as well. No debris signature as of right now, but the velocities are on the stronger side of things. And also further north, we have a couple of rotating supercells here in far northern Arkansas that are also trying to produce tornadoes. So we need to continue to keep an eye on that. South of Little Rock, most of that activity has been tame when it comes to our tornado risk, at least over the last 30 minutes. That could change, but for right now, it's not as concerning. a rainbow emergency. Pretty much in Newark, Missouri. It's the only pretty thing in the weather world today, in my opinion. It's the only nice thing to look at today.
Wow.
Also, the tornado warning back over west of Bluff Springs has ended. But we still have tornado warnings in southeast Missouri. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for the storm near Searcy. This one's probably going to be allowed to expire when it comes to the tornado warning. They usually, again, issue severe thunderstorm warnings like this after they cancel the tornado warning. So that will probably end up being canceled for the time being. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we have more updates on that tornado near Little Rock. It sounds like we have a couple of different vehicle entrapments on Highway 319. And then we also have residents was impacted with entrapments as well.
Thank you for the update. So that would be from our tornado that just happened northwest of Cabot. I'm not super concerned about this, but there is a little small, like slight area of rotation that's trying to develop near Cabot. Something to keep an eye on. It's a very disorganized area of storms, but that might be something that could become tornadic at some point down the road as that moves to the northeast. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. But again, Arkansas is still in a prime environment for the potential tornado threat here over the next hour or two. And then the tornado threat will be a little bit lower as we go later into the evening hours. Where is... Go. All right, tornado warning has now officially been canceled for that storm near Searcy. Again, that was a significant tornado. We've obviously already gotten a bunch of damage reports, but that is now no longer tornado warned. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, looking near Potosi, Missouri, that's north of our tornado warning for Irontown. They just warned it as I was talking about it. There was a really quickly tightening couplet, and it's probably going to produce a tornado here quickly as it goes up towards Festus.
Thank you for the update. This is going to be back over near Potosi, which is where they just issued a new tornado warning for Washington and Jefferson counties. So that's the area of rotation that's going to be heading up towards Val's Mines, Platten, and DeSoto. Festus is also in the path of this. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Bloomsdale is also in the path of this, again, in eastern Illinois. This is going to be one of those, again, QLCS tornado threats that are currently evolving. Again, strongest area of rotation just southeast of Potosi. There's still some rotation near Beardstown. I'm surprised they didn't continue a tornado warning there, but damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour is going to continue. There's still a potential for a tornado as well out of that storm as that continues to move to the northeast towards Astoria and as well as Havana. So significant damaging winds will continue. Low tornado risk out of those storms still exists. If you're over in St. Louis, I've got to say, you got a little bit of good news at least right now. There's slightly good news because the strongest of the storms in the St. Louis area are both north and south of St. Louis. So north of St. Louis, we have significant severe weather happening to your north, mostly 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and a few tornadoes. And to your south, it's kind of the same story. The only thing that could change would be if we get something to form just down to the southwest of St. Louis, which, again, is possible. We do have a couple tornado warnings now lining up there south of St. Louis, but for the time being, the worst of the action is both to your south and north. Now, keep in mind, these storms are not going east. They're going northeast. So these will kind of be tracking in the direction of the St. Louis area, at least just south of St. Louis. And then in this general area, we're going to keep an eye on that for potentially some development as those storms go towards St. Louis and also go towards Alton. And they have just issued a new large severe thunderstorm warning for Springfield, Woodside, near Jackson. This is a very odd-looking severe thunderstorm warning. I don't know what is going on here. This is very interesting. But this is going to include many areas for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and also the potential for, there's no tornado label on this, but there is at least 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds out of this. This is what the warning looks like, by the way, in case you cannot see it clearly. This is the warning polygon. It's very strange. It like cuts off and does some weird stuff. So I don't know what happened with that, but we're not all artists, so it's very interesting. Yes, this is so weird. Literally, it's if you go down this small little area, you're included in the warning. All right, if you're in this like little tiny spot right here, but if you're in Bethel, you're not in the warning. That's basically how this thing works. Like this is not even connected. Like it just gets cut off. And then you got like a little triangle down here. Very odd looking severe thunderstorm warning, I've got to say. Springfield's included in that, by the way. 70-mile-per-hour winds likely with that storm. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning northeast of northeast of Jacksonville, northeast of Little Rock. This will be for damaging winds up to 60 and quarter-sized hail. I did point out that there was a small little area of rotation trying to develop near Cabot, but that thing is pretty much occluded already, so not super concerned right now about that. South of Little Rock, we are starting to see at least a slight bit more organization in our supercells that are ongoing south of Little Rock. Not seeing really much rotation on that activity, but this is something to keep an eye on as it heads towards Lone Oak and Carlsley. Could get a low-end tornado risk with that activity. So just something to keep an eye on. Is Riley on tonight? Riley's been on like a bunch. So yes, he is here. Thank you, Rachel, for the super chat. You should have totally done a cheesy smile when showing the rainbow. Okay. Appreciate the super chat. Also, shout out to Marissa and Zachary at the Venmo donations. I appreciate that. Thank you for the support. How's the risk in Bourbonness, Illinois? I've never even heard of this place. Let me look it up real quick. I cannot copy this name for some reason in YouTube. All right, this is Bourbonness, Illinois, which is all the way back over south of Chicago. I'm going to be honest, I don't expect much over there. I think it'll be mostly just a falling apart of the line of storms by the time it gets to you. This is what it looks like on the future radar for the next few hours. We'll quickly go through this. So this is by around 8 o'clock. So again, significant damaging winds and a few tornadoes will continue literally across this entire area of thunderstorm activity. And it's going to stretch all the way back down towards Shreveport. It already is, and it will continue for the next few hours. By around 9 o'clock, this line will start to fall apart a bit back over outside of Chicago. So there will start to be some weakening with this line, but damaging winds will continue. A low tornado risk is still in play. This will be a bit more organized.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We'll go to that in a second. This will be a bit more organized, though, by around 9 o'clock tonight. Damaging winds and a couple tornadoes will be possible. By 10 to 11 o'clock, though, the line of storms will be falling apart in eastern Illinois with mainly just some isolated to scattered damaging winds and maybe a brief spin up. And then further down to the south, our threat of severe weather should continue till about midnight to 1 in the morning before eventually it all falls apart. So I still think severe weather is going to continue all the way through 1 a.m., but the worst of it will be here over the next hour or two. We have a tornado warning all the way back over in Iowa. This is near Millersburg and Aledo. We have actually a decent area of rotation right now near Keithsburg coming up on Millersburg and Aledo. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building if you're in this warning. This is not really what we're expecting today. I don't think we really had an Iowa tornado warning on our bingo card, but we actually have one. There is a camera coming up here in Galesburg. I'm going to pull that up. We're going to go 3 cam view. Put that bottom there, and might actually have that as our main camera. Actually, let's put Jordan here. No. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to fix our cameras here. That's going to be 2, and that'll be 3. All right. Charge your devices just in case you lose power. I recommend that. It's a good idea. You're back up in Davenport. Believe it or not, you actually do have a potential for an isolated tornado threat here. This storm, long term, if it does stay organized, which again, a lot of the time with these storms embedded in a line, these are just spin ups. They're usually not very, long tracked. But if this were for some reason to stay on the long track side of things, Davenport would be in the path of this storm. So just a heads up, if you're in Davenport, this line of storms is coming your way, and we may end up seeing an isolated tornado as it heads towards Davenport. South of St. Louis, we still have a couple areas of stronger rotation. It's gotten a little bit broader going towards DeSoto and Festus and I-55, but still enough rotation to keep this tornado warning going. And then near Farmington, it's hard to see the rotation here, but this is another situation where we're looking for a potential spin-up tornado in this line of thunderstorms. So if you're in Farmington, continue to stay in your safe place. And we still have a tornado warning northwest of Poplar Bluff right now, and that's the one near Van Buren, which the rotation on that storm's become pretty broad at this point. We're still keeping an eye on it in case it does become a bigger concern in the near future. That'll eventually go towards Piedmont and as well as Des Arc, excuse me, and eventually Fredericktown will be a long-term path of that storm. The storm near Searcy continues to stay mainly a wind concern. Not really expecting much of a tornado risk out of that for the time being. Near Cabot, we've had a little area of rotation, and this is still a storm to watch for over Cabot. I'm going to go back full screen here. If we go back to Cabot.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
If we go back over to Cabot, I want to go back to the base velocities that are a bit more elevated. There actually has been strong mid-level rotation with this storm near Cabot. This was about 5-10 minutes ago, so pretty strong rotation there. They may issue a warning if this does start to increase a bit more. It has a little hook to it. It's a very tiny supercell. There's a lot of negative storm interactions that are happening, but if this can stay organized, we may end up seeing a little bit more of a tornado risk out of that. Brand new tornado warning in Illinois. This is going to be southeast of Burlington, southwest of Galesburg, and coming up on Monmouth. So another QLCS tornado spin up here outside of Macomb. Which, if we have a tornado, be coming up on Blandonsville, and then eventually going towards Roseville. They use those for the super chat. How is the risk in Alvin, Texas? Alvin, Texas is mostly just some isolated hail and wind. Not really much of a tornado risk there tonight. Hey, BJ, sorry for the very generous super chat. Is that a Wawa smoothie? It is. Yes, this is the second time in the last 3 days I've had a Wawa smoothie. Is Amos, Iowa good for tonight? Yeah, you're good in Amos, Iowa. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, it looks like there's a broad area of rotation south of the radar site in Shreveport, Louisiana. Nothing too concerning as of now, but it could potentially wrap up.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. And yeah, that is actually looking a little bit more concerning. Just at the Greenwood, it's a weak area of rotation. Our wind shear is not as strong down here, but there is an area of rotation just to the northwest of Stonewall. You can see that area of rotation there just to the south of Greenwood. It's going to be coming up on I-20, and that's basically beelining it towards Shreveport. So something to keep an eye on. Could get some sort of little tornado genesis here over the next 20 minutes or so. Again, this environment not super favorable for tornadoes, but a brief one cannot be ruled out. But this is our risk of severe weather for today. Just a general outline. The next SPC outlook is in about 20 minutes, so this will be condensed quite a bit. But we still have a large risk of severe weather in place. A marginal threat that goes from northwest Illinois back into southeast Texas. The enhanced risk, which is basically an Easter egg, is across Missouri and Arkansas. That will be probably done after the 8 p.m. outlook, if I had to guess. I don't think they're going to continue an enhanced risk, but we should still at least have a slight risk of severe weather in place for those in Illinois all the way back into Arkansas. But we'll see. Again, that's 20 minutes away. We'll have a new SPC outlook here soon. But again, generally speaking, all the severe weather at this point is for the most part to the east of this line. So if you're back off to the west of it, you're just talking about rain, and that's pretty much about it. Jonesboro have a view of anything? do this. I'm gonna do. Does anybody know, by the way, what Brandon's doing? I don't know what happened there. I don't know if somebody got in an accident or something. I couldn't tell. Flat tire. Gotcha. W for Brandon for helping out. Helping out with that flat tire. How's Festus looking? Festus isn't looking too bad right now.
What if I told you that there were a group of Gentiles called to help restore Israel, but they ended up rebuilding the wrong kingdom? Isaiah saw it. He called them the drunkards of Ephraim, not because they drank wine, but because they traded revelation for ritual and true Israel for temple blood. So let us hear what the Messiah had to say about it. He said, "Now there are those who have a symbolic name of Ephraim, and the name Ephraim in the house of Israel comes from his father Joseph. And Ephraim was born of the Egyptian wife of Joseph, and he was raised in the world in the midst of Gentiles. And the symbolic name for the Gentiles who were charged with bringing the truth of the heritage of the vision of true Israel also came from a father Joseph, and they had Gentile mothers and were raised in the world among Gentiles. And Isaiah prophesied that the Gentiles would perform this, and he calls some of them the drunkards of Ephraim, because they were not satisfied with the new wine of revelation, but sought out and laid claim to the old wine of the Levitical law. And they wanted temples, and to arm themselves, and to use blood for atonement. And this heritage they followed from the Gentile mission, instead of seeking out the ways of true Israel among those dispersed upon the promised land."
Line. Tornado would have been back behind the trees. So it's pretty interesting. All right. Let's go back to radar. They have oh, that's not the right storm. Zooming back out, we still have about 5 tornado warnings. 2 of them have just been, I believe, canceled. They will officially be canceled on here in a minute. The only tornado warnings we have right now is the one west of Jonesboro. We have 2 south of St. Louis, so that's going to be near Festus and north of Fredericktown. And then we have 2 more tornado warnings back up to the south of Davenport in western Illinois. And for now, we have not seen anything confirmed at this point. But southwest of Millersburg, there is still a little area of rotation coming up towards Lido and Millersburg, so we're keeping an eye on that still. Well, back over near Blandonsville, we still have an area of rotation here that's moving off to the northeast, going towards Monmouth. I don't see anything that would really confirm a tornado here. This is another nearby. This is like a nearby radar site. We're basically in a radar hole, but the strongest area of rotation will be right over Blandonsville right now, and it'll be tracking up towards Highway 67. Long-term, Galesburg is in the path of this. We have a camera in Galesburg on the bottom right of your screen, so we'll keep an eye on that area as that continues to move to the northeast. Significant damaging winds are continuing across western Illinois, back over near Springfield and Jacksonville. Damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour is a continuing concern here. So make sure that you are staying away from windows here and on the lowest floor possible, as damaging winds could knock down trees and even power lines.
Ari, this is a strong tornado with a horizontal vortex. This thing is at least an EF3. This is not weak. Oh, gosh. Sorry, lightning just struck right next to me. Take shelter immediately.
Area. So we may end up getting a new tornado warning for this couplet. If we do, it'll go towards Muscatine and perhaps even in the direction of Durant. That's kind of the general area that is currently tracking towards. For the most part, over here west of Davenport, we're mainly talking about damaging winds. There could be a brief tornado out of this activity near I-80. In my opinion, I'm honestly not too concerned about that right now. All right, here's your latest SPC outlook for today. They've just issued the SPC outlook. We don't have all the exact details right now, but we're going to get those once they come in. There's no longer a enhanced risk. We're back down to a slight risk of severe weather, which includes parts of Illinois back into western Tennessee. They've actually expanded this, I think, a bit further east. So it includes a little bit more of Kentucky and Tennessee, northwestern Mississippi, northern Louisiana, and across eastern Arkansas and southeastern Missouri. So we basically have a banana slight risk here. If you like bananas, this is a good day for you. Not really, but man, slight risk is in place here, anywhere from Louisiana back into Illinois. Marginal threat goes actually all the way back down towards Houston. I don't even think Houston was included in the risk. I could be wrong. Oh, they were. Never mind. We'll have the exact details of that new outlook here in just a moment. So we'll have those new details coming in here in just a second. We are getting some wind reports out of Burlington, around 60 to 65 mile per hour winds. Also, we do have a new mesoscale discussion while all this is happening. New mesoscale discussion. This will be for Illinois and eastern Missouri. The severe weather threat will continue across the tornado watch, with strong to severe wind gusts being the main threats, though a couple of tornadoes remain possible. So they have kept the potential for maybe an isolated strong tornado in play in this region, from Davenport, Iowa, back through Mount Vernon, Effingham, Charleston, Decatur, Lincoln in Illinois, and then back through Cape Girardeau and also near Poplar Bluff in Missouri. They've also outlined a greater short-term tornado threat here near Poplar Bluff. So we need to keep an eye on this. I know we have a couple storm chasers in that area, so we'll be keeping a close eye on them. But this is an area that we need to keep a very close eye on for a greater short-term tornado risk, as there are a couple more discrete supercells that are in that general area. They have put the hail risk basically at the lowest point it can be at, which is less than $0.5 sized hail. So that is a little bit of a downgrade. And yeah, currently we have a few discrete supercells down here. None of these are really rotating to the point where they can be tornado warned. But the ones we'll have to keep an eye on are the ones over here in northeastern Arkansas, one approaching Pocahontas, little area of rotation. They'll be coming up into Pocahontas over the next few minutes. And we still have an area of rotation on the Newark tornado warning. That'll be moving towards Walnut Ridge and Swifton. So continue to stay in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning off to the northeast of Searcy, east of Batesville. Let's see if we have a camera on this. I don't think we do, though. All right, nothing as of right now up there. Shout out to Earl with the 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate that. We are waiting for the SBC update on the general risk out. Well, we already have the general risk outline, but we're just waiting to see what the tornado probabilities are. Give you an idea of what the tornado threat looks like here for the rest of the evening. Chicago, Illinois. Chicago is just going to be some gusty winds. It's really about it. Here's your new tornado risk outline. This is a pretty large area compared to our last outlook. But we do have a large 5% tornado risk that is in place from western Illinois all the way back over to northwestern Louisiana, where a few tornadoes are going to be possible. It's a pretty large area still. This also includes Memphis, by the way. So they have continued to maintain, or they actually have up, I believe Memphis was not in a 5%. Now you are in a 5% if you're in Memphis, Western Tennessee, Western Kentucky, and across Western Illinois. So this tornado threat, again, will continue for the next few hours. A lot of QLCS tornadoes are really expected out of this line, but we are still watching for maybe an isolated, stronger tornado in this environment in southeastern Missouri. Wind probabilities and hail probabilities have not been updated yet, but whenever they get updated, we'll let you know. We are currently sitting at 5 tornado warnings. Back up near Davenport, they have not issued a new tornado warning on that other area of rotation, mainly because it weakened out. We have another area of rotation attempting to develop near Muscatine, and that is heading up towards Bluegrass. If you're back up near Bluegrass in Iowa, stay weather aware. There's a little area of rotation that's going to be trying to track towards you guys over the next 20 minutes or so. Still watching a QLCS tornado threat along with damaging winds with this line of thunderstorms. Let's go back to St. Louis real quick. I want to check out St. Louis. So St. Louis is dealing with damaging winds for the most part right now. Near St. Charles, we have a little elevated area of wind currently, and I want to see if we have a camera view
A new
of that.
tornado warning has been issued.
Well, while I wait for it to get a camera up, we do have a new tornado warning. This will be in Arkansas. It's going to be for Independence, Jackson, Woodruff, and White counties. That's Searcy. Okay, so northeast of Searcy, they have gone ahead and issued a warning on this. It's coming up on Bald Knob and Bradford. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. It's going to be paralleling I-57 over the next several minutes. I'm going to see, there are cameras along this interstate, so we're going to see if we have anything here. Again, northeast of Searcy. This is a storm that already produced a significant tornado. I'm not saying it will again, but it's in an environment where a strong tornado still cannot be ruled out. So you need to be in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom if you are in this warning. Rotation right now is mainly located just to the north of I-57, just north of Bald Knob, and it will be coming up on Bradford, Russell, and then eventually in the long term, Newport and Diaz will be in the path of this. Velocities aloft are pretty strong, so we definitely have strong mid-level rotation. And so this could definitely correlate to a tornado on the ground at some point here soon as that tracks right up I-57 over the next several minutes. Have there been any PDS tornadoes yet? Guys, there should have been like 5 PDS tornado warnings in the last 2 days, and we've had none, which is really shocking. Today really would have been maybe 1, if not 2. I would really say 1 is probably the most we would have had. Shame you're missing WrestleMania. I could care less. I don't care about wrestling. You know, for the record, I'm also missing having to study for my finals on Wednesday. But we'll have time tomorrow and Tuesday. It's probably more important than wrestling. This is what it looks like right now over in St. Louis. This is near St. Charles, and the wind's been picking up over the last few minutes. It's kind of hard to see, but you can see the wind kind of blowing across the ground from top to bottom. Again, a lot of drivers still on the roadways here. We have possibly 70-mile-per-hour winds up here in this area. Here's another live shot here just outside of St. Louis. A lot of water on the roadways. Once again, a lot of puddling. Could have some hydroplaning as well on the roadway. So if you are traveling tonight, just a heads up in the St. Louis area. The biggest concern right now for St. Louis is damaging winds. Also, they have canceled the tornado warning south of Festus for the Farmington area. The tornado warning still is continuing near Festus, but the rotation has now moved outside of the warning. And I don't think they're going to continue this tornado warning. So I think Festus, you are probably fine here in about 10 minutes or so to stay in your safe place until the warning is officially lifted. And then back up here in St. Louis, we are talking about a couple of areas of stronger winds. So damaging winds moving into Godfrey and Alton, and another pocket of damaging winds just to the northwest of Clayton.
A new tornado
which is going to be
warning has been issued.
I-270. They have issued a new tornado warning for Randolph County in Illinois. That'll pop up in a second. I thought Mr. Dibble was going to be here too. He is here. New tornado warning is actually going to be further down to the south near Redbud, west of Sparta. It's going to be just off to the north of Perryville and near Chester. So they have actually continued this tornado warning, which is interesting. Main area of rotation is going to be right here. And it's going to be approaching Santa Genevieve and then coming up on Sparta. That's definitely not how you pronounce it. But if you're in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Santa Geneva? Geneva? That was bad? I don't know. I can't even I can never get Cape Girardeau. I think it's Girardeau. I think I got that now, but I never was able to get that before. Back over in Arkansas, the last couple scans are still showing some rotation. It's not really tight.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It's still strong enough for a potential tornado heading up towards Bradford, basically paralleling I-57 here northeast of Little Rock. So if you're in this warning, make sure that you are in your safe place. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I sent a image in the text chat we have. You can go ahead and retweet that. We can't show it, but it depicts very substantial tornado damage in northeast Columbia, Missouri.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. If you guys want to check out the damage in northeastern Columbia, Missouri, there is a lot of damage there. If you want to check that out, at Max Velocity WX on Twitter. Again, you can follow me. The link is down below. New tornado warning is going to be north of Macomb, west of Galesburg. This is going to be for those on the south side of Monmouth as well. If you are in this warning, seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. If you're back over in Galesburg, definitely stay weather aware. Bottom right of your screen is a live shot in Galesburg on a virtual rail fan. We'll be keeping a close eye on that in case we're able to see anything there. But again, this is a QLCS tornado threat, meaning tornadoes embedded in a line of storms. Rotation has upticked a little bit here back over near Millersburg. We'll probably end up getting a new tornado warning here soon, heading in the direction of Davenport. Edgington is also in the path of this. There's also a small area of convergence trying to come together near Muscatine. That's going to be going towards Durant. But we might have a tornado trying to drop right now back over near Petersville, going towards Buffalo Prairie. Latest scan is showing a little hook as well and a inflow going to the storm. It's about to go into Buffalo Prairie over the next couple of minutes. I would anticipate that they'll issue a new tornado warning in a moment heading towards Buffalo and Edgington here in western Illinois. Thank you, Ding, for the super chat. What kind of system is this? It's not a derecho. I would say this is more of a mesoscale convective system.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I did not laugh because of me saying it. Riley said it in the text chat, and I looked over. We have a new tornado warning for Walnut Ridge near Swifton. This is a storm that just got a reissued tornado warning. Area of rotation right now is on the west side of Swifton, going towards Alicia, as well as Minturn and Hoaxie going up towards Walnut Ridge. So if you're in this warning, get to your safe place away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Yeah, this is more of a mesoscale convective system. You could probably call it a squall line. It's more of what it is. It's more of a squall line. If we look at the, let me pull up the RAM slider here.
A new tornado warning has
Stop
been
getting
issued.
tornado warnings, please. We have a new tornado warning. This is going to be back over near Davenport. It also includes Edgington, going towards Davenport, east of Durant, going also towards I-80. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter. Davenport is in this warning, though. So if you're in Davenport, you got to be in your safe place. It will pop up again here in a second. Again, the rotation's pretty strong. This definitely could produce a tornado as it goes into Edgington, Buffalo, Davenport, and Bluegrass. Upcoming will be I-280 and also Walcott over the next few minutes. So get to your safe place if you are in this warning. One way that you can identify what a severe weather threat is when it comes to like mesoscale convective systems is looking at infrared imagery. This isn't like the main way, but it is one way you can look at it. This is not a mesoscale convective complex. That would be more of like a circular area of just, you know, basically a big blob of cloud cover. In this case, it's definitely more linear. We have winds going west to east as well. The upper level winds are pretty strong. This is definitely more of a squall line when it comes to our mesoscale convective system, with the main squall really being up here in Missouri and western Illinois. So
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
okay, we have a tornado on the ground in Illinois. This is going to be for Warren County. That's going to be over, I believe. Yeah, that's a storm west of Galesburg. So they have confirmed a tornado. This has been confirmed via law enforcement. So law enforcement confirmed tornado is heading in the direction of Galesburg right now. If you are in this tornado warning, you got to get to your safe place, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building near Monmouth. And it is coming up on Galesburg and Knoxville. So this is going to be a QLCS tornado, but again, observed by law enforcement here over the last couple of minutes. It is a damaging tornado, which will be located about 11 miles south of Monmouth.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They've also just issued another tornado warning for Randolph and Lawrence counties in Arkansas. Which I'll pop up here in a second. All right, that's a discrete storm back up near Pocahontas. We talked about this not long ago. Little area of rotation right now over the southwest side of Pocahontas near 166, tracking in the direction of Reno, and also Menard, west of Corning. So get to your safe place if you're in that warning. So again, discrete supercells are going to continue here. These are going to produce a more elevated tornado threat over the next couple of hours around Poplar Bluff, Paragould, Jonesboro, Newport. That threat's going to continue. The more
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Another tornado warning. We have another one for Monroe County in Illinois, which is not popping up yet. Let me go to Monroe. All right, new tornado warning is going to be for Monroe County. That's going to be south of St. Louis. And that's because of this. Strong rotation right now near Waterloo. That could produce a tornado at any time. Strong rotation right now near Waterloo. It's about across the town of Waterloo over the next few minutes and going towards Smithton, New Athens, and Belleville. If you are in this warning, you got to get to your safe place immediately. This is a strong area of rotation that could drop a tornado at any time. Nothing confirmed quite yet, but we definitely have a little hook and an inflow going to the storm, and the velocities, again, very tight right now, coming up on Waterloo. It will go into Lemons, Burkesville over the next couple of minutes. The south and east side of Waterloo are at risk right now, and honestly, all of Waterloo should be in your safe place, but the south and east side of town is where the strongest rotation is. Paderborn, Floraville, and Smithton are also in the path of this. This will eventually go towards Belleville and O'Fallon. Once again, if you are in Davenport, you should be in your safe place. We have a strong area of rotation near Buffalo Prairie, strong inflow going into the storm as well. Velocities are still on the strong side of things. It's going to be moving into Edgington over the next 2 minutes, and then eventually in about 7 or 8 minutes, it'll be moving into Buffalo, which is right along the Iowa and Illinois border, approaching Bluegrass, and also going towards Davenport. And Davenport's a much more populated town / city. It's really a city. If you know any friends or family in the Davenport area, please make sure that they're aware of this situation. Make sure that they're getting to their safe place. And again, feel free to share the stream. This is, again, we're providing commercial-free coverage here for the next few hours with tornado outbreak pretty much coverage. Back over to your Monmouth. This is our confirmed tornado warning via law enforcement. So this tornado is going to be moving up towards Galesburg over the next few minutes. This is a QLCS tornado, meaning that this is an embedded tornado in a line of thunderstorms. It's moving up towards Highway 34, and it's going to be also going towards Watauga and also just outside of Knoxville. You need to be in your safe place if you are in this warning. We don't have a great radar view. Again, it's a radar hole, but let me see if we can get a view from this radar site. Yeah, not a great view, but if I had to guess, the tornado is probably right about here, north of Berwick. It's heading into Coldbrook over the next few minutes, and then Galesburg will be in the path of this. So if you're in Galesburg, you'll probably end up being under a tornado warning here shortly. We do have a camera bottom right of your screen in Galesburg, so we're keeping an eye on that. New damage report of power lines down over in Parker Hills, Missouri. That's at Camella Street and Polk Avenue, according to emergency management. We have yet again another small little area of rotation trying to develop near Griffithville. That's south of Searcy. The main rotation that we're talking about in Arkansas is near Bradford. It's a little hook here. The rotation has not been very tight here. It's just mostly been on the broad side of things. But if we were to get a tornado, it would drop basically right along I-57, paralleling it towards Newport and Diaz. So be in your safe place again if you are in that tornado warning. Back up near Walnut Ridge in Swifton, we have a stronger area of rotation that's going to be going into Minturn, Hoxie, Walnut Ridge, and Pretoria. This one could still produce a tornado. Again, this is a discrete area of supercells, and the ones that stay discrete could also produce the potential for a strong tornado. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. I think our tornado near Waterloo is on the ground. Correlation coefficient is a little garbled, but it looked decent for a few scans there. It should go south of the town of Waterloo, but nevertheless be in shelter.
Thank you for the update. And yeah, south of Waterloo, we have had a tight area of rotation for multiple scans now. Latest scan does show it slightly broader, but it is still a tornado that could be in progress. And if we have one, debris is going to be lifted up into the atmosphere and could spread here near the Waterloo area. So if you are in Waterloo, you need to be in your safe place right now. If you've not already gotten there, you need to be there if you're in Floraville, Smithton, Freeburg here in Western Illinois. This is just to the south of St. Louis. And this is also going to be going towards Belleville and O'Fallon. We are currently sitting at 8 tornado warnings, by the way, which is, again, right around the peak of tornado warnings we've had today. So we're still up there in terms of our tornado warning count. Still have some broad areas of circulation embedded in this line west of Davenport. Our main area of rotation in Iowa is actually not even in Iowa yet. It's still back down here near Edgington. The main area of rotation is right near Buffalo Prairie. Rotation on the last couple scans has gotten a little bit broader, but if we have a tornado, it's basically going to be going right towards Davenport. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for the entire Davenport area for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and there's also a tornado possible label there. The tornado warning back over near Galesburg has just been downgraded. It is back down to radar indicated, so there's no longer a tornado on the ground, at least according to emergency management in Warren County. But if you're over in Galesburg, you need to be ready to go to your safe place because there's a good chance they'll issue a tornado warning for that area here in just a few moments. Knoxville also. And Watauga, you ready to go to your safe place? Currently in Davenport, was not expecting a tornado warning. This is not the first of the year. Currently in a mobile home, so not the best place. Yeah, I definitely recommend getting into a sturdy structure if you can. I mean, honestly, the Davenport area, like if we were to get a tornado up here, it's not really something that would be on the strong side of things. Really on the weaker side of things, but it's still a good idea. If you are in a mobile home, you should still be in your safe place. Because again, mobile homes can take significant damage, even from the weakest of tornadoes. So. What is a mobile home? It's like a manufactured home or trailer home. There are different names for them. Another damage report coming out of Des Lodge, Missouri. Power lines are down per emergency management. So we are getting some power line reports down. The power outages so far. This is what we're looking at right now. Power outages right now, we're at about 14,000 customers without power in Missouri. Over in Rawls and Marion counties, we have a little bit more power outages there. Webster and Douglas counties also have some customers without power. And where we think we had a tornado earlier, back over in Barton, Missouri, there is also reports of power outages in that area. So we are starting to see an increase of power outages across the state of Missouri. Illinois, about 4,000 without power. Arkansas, 3,500. And then elsewhere, pretty much just very isolated power outages at this point. Hey, CK for the super chat. Thank you for checking St. Louis area. Appreciate all the updates. I appreciate the super chat and thank you for your support. Well, I can help you there in St. Louis. Shout out to Marissa with the generous Venmo donation. I really appreciate that. Winds are going crazy in St. Louis. Now, the south side of St. Louis is really where the main wind would be. The storm near Waterloo still looks like it could have a tornado. We don't have a clear debris signature, but the velocities are still very strong right now. This literally just happened yesterday. It just happened again. My entire program just decided to like freak out and freeze. Let me try to refresh this. It's like I've hit a time limit on the radar. Let me do Control N. I don't know what I was just saying, but the strongest area of rotation, again, is near Waterloo right now. That's going to be coming up on Smithton and Wilderman and also Belleville. But yeah, again, this is one of those situations where it could get a spin-up tornado in this line of storms moving in the northeast. Chicago tonight, mostly just isolated damaging winds. I'm not expecting really much up there in Chicago.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Tornado warning for Randolph County has just been upgraded to a confirmed tornado. So we have a confirmed tornado now near Randolph County. This is going to be near St. Genevieve, coming up on Evansville, Ellis Grove, and Sparta, I believe. Or is this a different storm? I think it's this. Yeah, it's this one. So this is again, confirmed tornado. This is going to be also confirmed by weather spotters. So weather spotters confirmed tornado coming up towards Sparta and Redbud. So another confirmed tornado embedded in this line of thunderstorms. You need to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. All right, I'm going to take a quick 60-second break. I'll give it to Riley. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So I'm looking at this storm near Piedmont. It's a little bit of a complicated situation because depending on what radar site you look at it from, it looks somewhat more tornadic or not tornadic at all. So the first one that I've been looking at it from was the St. Louis radar site, and it does look like it has quite the substantial couplet. And this couplet is also substantiated by a radar down here in Memphis. You can also see that broad area of rotation. This is a little bit of a higher beam height, but either of these radars would still indicate if it does have some sort of mesocyclone. However, when you go and use the Paducah radar to look at this storm, it has almost no rotation whatsoever. It's got a little bit, but it's displaced from the other two radar sites. This storm is a little bit of a tricky case because you can't say for sure that it's not going to produce a tornado, but you also can't say for sure that it is going to produce a tornado. So you're kind of in between on whether I'm kind of in between on whether or not this storm deserves a tornado warning. sooner rather than later, it probably will get a little closer to our Paducah radar site, and hopefully we'll have a little bit better of a perspective on this storm when it gets closer. An update on our tornado warnings down here in Arkansas. None of these have showed a TDS recently. However, we did have a brief TDS up here in Illinois, and that is why I believe that this storm was upgraded to an observed warning. There's also a report of law enforcement confirming a tornado on this storm as well.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So yeah, again, if you're just tuning in, I don't know if you talk about it, but back over here near Chester, we do have a confirmed tornado near Evansville. This is once again confirmed by weather spotters here. This is going to be again for Randolph County, going towards Baldwin and Sparta. So be in your safe place. Again, if you are in this tornado warning, the strongest area of rotation right now is near Roots and Collin, and it is coming up on Evansville and also heading into areas like Walsh over the next few minutes. So if you are in this warning, again, get to your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Also, rotation back up near Belleville is still pretty strong. We have two areas of rotation, one near Millsdat and also the other one near Belleville, or just south of Belleville. Both of them are both south, but we have two areas of strong rotation coming up on that town here over the next few minutes. We may have had a tornado near Waterloo. We could have a new one trying to drop near Smithton that'll head towards Lebanon and O'Fallon. So if you're in those areas, you got to be in your safe place. We have actually two different areas of stronger rotation that are heading directly to the northeast. All the way back up towards Davenport, we've had a tornado warning. Back over near Edgington is where the strongest rotation is, which at this point, this rotation has been at least a bit broader over the last 15 to 20 minutes, but still something to keep an eye on if you're in Buffalo. And actually, the latest scan doesn't even have really any rotation anymore. So they might end up canceling that warning for Davenport. There is another area that I'll be watching for west of Bluegrass that has a little bit of spin. That'll be heading towards Walcott and Maysville. So be ready for that. Also, the Galesburg, or this tornado warning just outside of Galesburg, it doesn't look like they're going to continue that one. So if you're in Knoxville or Galesburg or Watauga, I don't think they're going to continue that warning, as they've not reissued it. But we did have a law enforcement confirmed tornado not long ago. If we still have a tornado, it would have basically been going right now through Galesburg, which at this point, rotation looks pretty broad on radar for the time being. And I wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado in the Springfield area or Mason City. We could get a little spin up tornado in the leading edge of that line of thunderstorms as well. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, this is a tornado warning that's observed. It's because of a spotter-confirmed funnel cloud. I'm not sure why they would upgrade it if they quite literally confirmed that it doesn't have ground contact. Either way, could potentially produce a tornado here. I do think it's weakening, so hopefully it doesn't, but it would be heading towards the town of Sparta.
Thank you for the update. And that is interesting. Back over near Highway 3 is where the strongest area of rotation is. Heading to the northeast.
A new tornado warning
I do
has been
think
issued.
the storm that's heading towards Belleville right
Shalom, family. Today we're going to talk about walking in forgiveness. And so in the Third Testament 42 and 31, it says, "Come to me, all you who carry hidden pain in your heart. Concealed, you bear pain that betrayal has caused you, and your bitterness is great because some much-loved person has deeply wounded you." 43, "In truth, I tell you that in the very instant that you award forgiveness to those who have offended, in all its fullness, you will feel my peace. For in that moment, your spirit will have united with mine, and I shall extend my mantle to forgive and cover all with my love." So family, I'm telling you, forgiveness is not just for the other person. It's so that you yourself can walk in freedom and that peace will be restored to your spirit. So today, family, this is Blessed by Yah saying, I love you and walk in forgiveness. Shalom.
horizontal vortex. This thing is at least an EF3. This is not weak. Oh, gosh. Sorry, lightning just struck right next to me. Take shelter immediately.
.62, 67. So again, Arkansas right now, for the most part, is mostly wind. Low tornado risk is going to continue though for the next few hours. And yeah, the tornado warning also Newport just got canceled. All right, let's go back to the St. Louis area in Illinois. So the confirmed tornado that we had, or at least confirmed funnel cloud, is now going to be over near Evansville in Illinois. It'll be tracking up towards Baldwin and Sparta over the next few minutes, and then eventually going towards Tilden. The storm near Belleville has a large, just broad area of circulation now. We initially had two strong areas of rotation. Looks like the rotation areas actually collided with each other. So that's kind of interesting. You kind of see that scan over scan. So we may have had a couple of tornadoes there at one point, maybe a twin tornado set there, but nothing confirmed as of right now on that. And at this point, if we have a tornado, it would be going into Belleville, but the rotation has broadened out over the last few scans, but it could cycle as it moves towards Belleville. Also, tornado warning west of Galesburg has been canceled. This is a delayed report, but as of 20 minutes ago in Greenbush, Illinois, sheriff deputies were reporting a visual sighting of a tornado near Greenbush, Illinois. That was one of the confirmed tornadoes that we've had here recently. I think that they will cancel the tornado warning for Davenport. There is really no definitive area of rotation anymore on this storm. Stay in your safe place until the warning's lifted. And even with that, I mean, we're still talking about damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. So it's still significant enough for you to be in your safe place. Thank you, Marcia, for the super chat. Thanks, Max and Riley from South St. Louis. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Hopefully I can help you out there in St. Louis. Hopefully I've helped you. Also, shout out to Carrie with the $10 PayPal donation. I appreciate that. Thank you, Carrie, for the 9 months. What do you think about Sykeston, Missouri? At this point, I think Sykeston, there's still going to be a tornado risk. I think it'll be pretty low. But I do think an isolated tornado remains possible in southeast Missouri, maybe even a couple. But definitely more of a wind threat for that area. Definitely be prepared for wind. I think across the board, for anybody that's in the risk still, which there are plenty of you who's still in the risk, definitely be prepared for damaging winds. That's the biggest concern. There will be tornadoes embedded in this cluster of activity that we have ongoing. Once again, this is your risk of severe weather that's outlined. We have a slight risk of severe weather, which extends from western Illinois back into northern Louisiana. That's where our main corridor of severe weather will be for damaging winds and perhaps even a few tornadoes. But yeah, generally speaking, again, I think our threat of severe weather, as we get closer to about 10, 11, or 12 o'clock, the threat will start to go down. I still think we're in a period right now where it's going to stay active. Like, we're going to be active probably through at least 10, and then things will start to calm down a little bit. This is back over in Galesburg right now. You can see how high the winds are. Galesburg is currently getting some pretty high winds. Look at the bottom of your screen. 70-mile-per-hour winds currently moving through Galesburg in Illinois, or 60-mile-per-hour winds. That might be near 70, though. Winds are definitely pretty strong. This is looking the other direction. Oh, I glitched out. Oh, okay. Let me try that again. That one. All right. That's a live shot. You can see on the bottom of your screen, though, the rain that's moving with the wind at the very bottom on the ground coming towards the camera. So definitely some strong winds here, right around 60 miles per hour. This is a storm that at one point did produce a tornado. Hey, Tina, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Diane, for becoming a member. So yeah, pretty strong winds right now going through Galesburg. That is associated with this line of thunderstorms that's moving towards Peoria, and also really just moving across most of central Illinois right now. Also, we might have a small area of convergence trying to come together near Mason City. Just a small little area of rotation to watch for near Mason City going towards San Jose. They have just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for the Springfield area, Woodside, Pekin, and Peoria. That'll be for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. The tornado warning is still ongoing for Davenport, but again, I think this should just be canceled. I don't think there's anything really here that's rotating. So, again, Davenport, you're probably fine from this tornado risk. Just stay in your safe place until the warning is fully lifted.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground.
What the heck?
Seek shelter immediately.
Okay, that did not pop up with the county. St. Clair County, you are now included in a confirmed tornado warning. It's this storm right here. Okay. So they have upgraded the warning on your Belleville. This is a law enforcement confirmed tornado. So this storm has been rotating pretty hard for a little while. It got a bit broader, but again, law enforcement is reporting a tornado in progress. This is again, law enforcement confirmed tornado near Millstadt, which would be this area here. That's where it was reported, which we did have strong rotation, by the way, there. We had 2 really strong areas of rotation, so that's probably the report that we are getting on this storm. And it's going to be moving into Belleville and O'Fallon over the next few minutes, going towards Shiola and eventually Lebanon. So again, damaging tornado in progress, or has at least been in progress. I'm not sure if it's on the ground anymore, but if it is, it would be right over the town of Belleville right now and coming up to O'Fallon and Lebanon, just outside of Trenton. New Baden is also in the path of this. So please be in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. Huge shout out to Morris for the very generous $50 super chat from Davenport. I appreciate that. And thank you, Motor, for the super chat from Houston. Thank you, Ashley and Shelly, also becoming members. Max is still going strong. We've been live for about 7 hours so far today. We were live yesterday for 8.5. We're going to be coming up on about 16 hours just in the last 2 days of streaming. At least 16 hours. I think we're in at 16 hours in about 30 minutes. And then after that, we'll be probably coming up on like 17, 18 hours. Zach asks about Kankakee, Illinois. Are you in the path of the storms? Let me find where Kankakee is. Kankakee is in the path of some storms. Like if you're back over in Chicago, like there will be a potential for a couple of storms, but we're not talking about much of a severe weather risk by the time the storms get there. This is the risk outlined by the Storm Prediction Center. And notice how our marginal threat of severe weather, which is a level 1 out of 5, is cut off here near Urbana. So we could still see some strong storms late tonight in the Chicago area, but I don't really expect much of a severe weather risk. They should be weakening as daylight heating has now come to an end, and these storms are going to run out of fuel at some point. There will not be nearly as much instability back over near Chicago. But it's still a good idea to have ways to receive alerts just in case, but it'll be mostly just gusty winds by the time those storms get there. I just ate way too many Peeps. It's a good thing I don't get Easter candy. It's Easter candy. Thank you, Achilles, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Carbondale. Carbondale's not really at risk right now. You've got about like an hour or two until storms are knocking on your doorstep. I cannot speak. The main storm that we're watching for in southeast Missouri is back over near Markwind. It's going towards Fredericktown. But this is the general activity that we need to keep an eye on. That'll be heading up towards Carbondale and Cape Girardeau. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, there are a couple of reports of power poles down near Waterloo, Illinois. This is coupled with a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust per a personal weather station and near zero visibility being reported in the same area.
Thank you for the update. And that would be the storm that just went through Waterloo, which is right here. This is the storm down near Bellevue, which, again, in the last few minutes, we've had a tornado reported by law enforcement. So that goes along with that. Brand new tornado warning in Arkansas. This will be near Walnut Ridge. This is quite the interesting warning, I gotta say. They've issued a new tornado warning for Okeene County, and then they've also issued a severe thunderstorm warning out in front of it. So I'm not sure if we'll get a new tornado warning out in front of this, but there is a new tornado warning near Walnut Ridge. Main area of rotation is going to be coming up on O'Keene in the next 10 minutes, and then Della Plain, and Peach Orchard and Beech Grove in Northeast Arkansas will be in the path of this. Also, rotation's been intensifying a little bit near Newport. So we might end up getting a new warning on this storm near Newport in the next few minutes. We'll have to keep an eye on that. That's near Amagon, and it's going to be approaching Grubbs just west of Waldenburg and west of Wiener. So again, that's the main area of rotation, tracking up I-57 going towards Cache and Jonesboro. Did you have something, Riley? Okay. We do have a little area of rotation developing near Preemption. This is near Oak Grove. So a little area of rotation right now tracking up towards the Davenport area. Again, the Davenport tornado warning, I'm not sure why this is still ongoing. I don't see much here, but again, if you're in the warning, just stay in your safe place. I'm pretty sure this should be canceled. But for right now, if you're in Davenport, just stay in your safe place. Damaging winds is coming in anyways. It's a good idea to just stay away from windows. The rotation's been much weaker in Davenport over the last few minutes. We are still watching some areas of rotation heading into the direction of Cambridge, Genoso, and Kelowna. These are your QLCS spin-up tornadoes that are embedded in a line of thunderstorms. So that'll continue to be a threat here over the next couple of hours. The southern tornado warning, by the way, it was downgraded. It is no longer confirmed. It is radar indicated. The one that is still technically confirmed is the one near Belleville, which the rotation has become a lot broader over the last few minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
If we have a tornado, it would be coming up on Lebanon and O'Fallon and eventually going towards Highland. So if you're back over in Highland, Pocahontas, Greenville, or Pleasant Mound, this general area, be ready for a potential for damaging winds and even a possible tornado risk as well as that activity moves to the northeast. There is also a new tornado warning for Washington and Randolph counties. So this is going to be for Oakaville and as well as Nashville and Irvington. This is your area of rotation moving to the northeast. That's going to be going towards I-64. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible if you're in that tornado warning. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, back again by that couplet near Wiener. It's looking even better. It's looking even better now. It's tightening up every single scan. We really do need a tornado warning for this. I don't think the thunderstorm warning is even tornado possible. They just updated it, but we do need a tornado warning for this storm.
Thank you for the update. That going Highway 17 again. Area of rotation is currently near Newport. It's going to be tracking off to the north, going towards Cache. So. Again, if you are in this area, strong area of rotation is on radar. We should have a tornado warning on this, just to the east of Newport. Just to the west of this place. All right. So again, strongest rotation though is near Amagon, and honestly, the velocities look really strong in this latest scan. This definitely should be tornado warned.
Weather whiplash, slamming America's heartland. Funnel clouds spotted in Missouri amid an Easter weekend marked by unrelenting weather.
Oh, look at it. Oh, there we go.
The National Weather Service estimates 16 tornadoes tore through Texas and Oklahoma, bringing severe rains, violent winds, and historic flash flooding.
Serious call going on with multiple drowning victims.
In Moore, Oklahoma, this video showing a car caught in rushing floodwaters. Authorities there say a woman and a 12-year-old child were killed after their vehicle was swept away. Further east, homes and businesses ripped apart by an EF1 tornado.
Here in Ada, Oklahoma, we have city officials condemning buildings like this one behind me as we speak.
Christopher Rogers was in this hotel room at the Quality Inn when he first heard the sirens and ran for cover.
Where were you?
I was in the tub.
The mattress, a sign of his desperation to shield himself.
You're either thinking about life or you're thinking about death, whichever one's going to come first, you know.
Residents desperate for relief after an already record-breaking storm season.
It's devastating.
Karen Ames has worked as a housekeeper here since 1983. It was her first job. Now she and all her coworkers will need to find a new one.
I'm sure you were not planning on spending your Easter Sunday with us.
No. Sure wasn't.
The storm tonight now setting its sights east and putting 10 million people in the impact zone. But survivors who have weathered the storms already, balancing heartbreak with gratitude.
It's kind of one of those things that I'm grateful that everybody is still alive.
Marissa Parra is joining us now live from Ada. And Marissa, it is clear that the storm threat still is not over.
Yeah, Hallie, you can see this damage and destruction behind me. Now, even though Ada, Oklahoma is out of the storm zone threat, millions still remain under threat across the Central Plains, with the tornado watch in effect until 11 tonight. Hallie?
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.